mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm
Ay.
trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita bermula dengan 10 pasukan. 8 telah disingkirkan dan hanya 2 saja yang akan bertanding pada hari ini.
Daripada 2 pasukan, pasukan manakah yang akan menang dan sekaligus dinobatkan selaku juara MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9?
Dekat sini, saya nak ucapkan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 Grand Finals di antara pasukan TODAK dan Orange Esports.
Dan anda sekarang ini bersama saya Sid dan juga Lafel selaku host anda untuk acara Kemuncak pada hari ini.
Dan hari ini selaku hari terakhir dekat dalam MPL Malaysia musim ke-9, kita nak raikan semua dengan performance yang hebat ditunjukkan sepanjang 8 minggu di regular season dan seminggu di playoff.
Yes, dan bercakap tentang menghargai, kita ada 3 award yang kita berikan kepada mereka. Kita ada regular season MVP, kita ada best rookie of the season dan juga best talent of the season.
8 minggu adalah masa yang sangat-sangat panjang, tetapi kita nampak 10 pasukan kita ada beberapa player yang memberikan impact yang sangat-sangat besar. Dengan ini, apa kata kita tengok kesemua calon regular season MVP untuk musim yang ke-9.
Setiap musim, tetap ada player-player yang menunjukkan bakat dan juga persembahan yang lebih menyelak daripada lain. Dan sekarang, kita akan mengenali pemain-pemain yang membuktikan kekuatan mereka sepanjang musim.
Lepas kaya je, Irfan begitu cantik permainan beliau. Terus saja menjadi dijatuhkan. Momo berjaya mendapatkan double kill. Sekarang ni, Fomis lihat di manakah kedudukan beliau. Triple kill diberikan kepada Momo. Namun begitu, double kill diberikan terlebih dahulu kepada Zaid.
Inilah calon-calon regular season MVP kita. Zaid, Irfan, Momo, Mam, Stormy. Jadi, siapakah regular season MVP kita untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-9? Jom kita nantikan.
Untuk menjadi MVP, tak cukup kita ada KDA yang bagus. Tak cukup untuk kita keluarkan damage paling tinggi. Tetapi, bila dalam game yang kalah, MVP yang akan menunjukkan diri untuk menangkan game tersebut.
Yes, pelbagai suka dan duka mereka harungi daripada minggu pertama sehingga minggu yang ke-8. Dan mereka sekarang ni berada dengan kita untuk menunggu siapakah the best regular season MVP untuk musim kali ini.
Ya, sememangnya kita tengok kat bahagian belakang, fans semua rasa sangat-sangat excited dan kita punya nominees, mereka rasa sangat-sangat gemetar. Jadi dengan ini, saya nak menjemput Miss Lindy Lim, Senior Brand Manager of Nestle Ready to Drink untuk naik ke atas pentas.
Yap, Miss Lindy Lim yang akan memberikan anugerah kepada kitanya regular season MVP untuk musim ini, di mana mereka akan membawa pulang hadiah wang tunai dan juga 1 tahun Nescafe bersama-sama dengan 1 daki gaming keyboard level.
Dan dekat sini, dekat tangan saya adalah regular season MVP kita. Jadi, kita akan buka dekat sini di mana kita dah ada nama. Jadi, regular season MVP buat MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 adalah Stormy! Tanya kepada Stormy di mana dia punya performance selaku mid laner dekat dalam pasukan SMG main dengan sangat bagus.
Walaupun musim ini, musim pertama Stormy bertanding di pentas MPL Malaysia, dia telah menunjukkan kemahiran dan juga persembahan yang sangat-sangat hebat. Stormy, walaupun ataupun boleh dikenali sebagai KDA machine, telah mencapai kadar KDA setinggi 8.1 sepanjang musim ini, Rafael.
Ya, dekat sini kita nak menjemput semua untuk mengambil gambar di mana Stormy sememangnya deserve, di mana kita nampak pada bahagian regular season pasukan SMG bermain dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Dengan ini kita nak memberi mikrofon kepada Stormy kerana ini adalah pentas anda. Ada tak apa-apa yang Stormy nak cakap kepada semua fans yang hadir hari ini?
Hello, I would like to say thank you to my team SMG, friends and family, especially our SMG fans that stop supporting us from now lah. And thank you to Nescafe also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stormy. That was a wonderful speech. Terima kasih kepada semua orang. Stormy, you boleh terus turun ke pentas. Yes, mikrofon balik bagi kat saya. And then saya akan terus pass kepada orang lain. Tapi sebelum tu, saya sendiri yang akan pegang.
Alright, tanya sekali lagi diucapkan kepada Stormy selaku kitanya regular season untuk MVP. Tetapi, kalau kita ada regular season MVP, kita ada best rookie untuk season ini. Di mana rookie merupakan mereka membuatkan penampilan pertama mereka untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
Ya, selama ini saya tengok banyak rookie naik dan turun. Tapi dalam season ni, rookie kita memang nampak sangat-sangat hebat. Jadi, tanpa buang masa, mari kita tengok siapakah calon-calon best rookie pada season ini.
Ini gaya kita. Ini musim kita. Dan ini juga moto kita untuk mengetengahkan player-player baru yang berbakat pada regular season MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Haji akan dikejar, Haji akan dikorbankan terlebih dahulu. Legendary untuk Zaid berjaya menjatuhkan Tuan dan
Yang kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan Orange Esports mereka duduk dekat dalam
Regular Season Best Rookie Award adalah Z, Stormy, Zaid. Jadi, siapakah Best Rookie untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-9?
Setiap kali ada player membuat debut dekat atas pentas MPL, mereka akan dipersoalkan sama ada mereka boleh perform ataupun tidak berlawan dengan veteran-veteran yang lain. Dan kita nampak ketiga-tiga calon kita, mereka membuktikan yang mereka boleh lawan dengan sesiapa saja dekat atas pentas.
Yes, corak permainan mereka daripada minggu pertama sehingga minggu yang ke-8 seperti sudah berada begitu lama dekat dalam MPL Malaysia, dan mereka juga berada dengan kita bersama-sama untuk menyaksikan siapakah Best Rookie Malaysia untuk musim yang ke-9 ini.
Ya, sememangnya saya tahu audiens kat sini mereka ada pilihan masing-masing, tetapi saya nak menjemput dulu Mr. Daniel Chu, Head of Galaxy Marketing Samsung Malaysia Electronics, untuk naik ke atas pentas.
Ya, Mr. Daniel Chu yang akan mempersembahkan anugerah ini kepada kitanya Best Rookie, di mana beliau akan membawa pulang hadiah berupa wang tunai dan juga Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. Wow.
Ya, dan dekat sini again saya sendiri rasa nervous. Saya tak pasti siapa yang akan jadi regular season rookie untuk kita, dan kita membuka kat sini, dan regular season rookie pada MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 adalah Zaid. Zaid dijemput ke atas pentas tanya untuk menjadi regular season rookie musim ini.
Ya, Zaid telah pun menunjukkan naluri pemburu yang cemerlang. Dia berjaya mencatatkan 171 kill pada musim ini dan mempamerkan dia adalah salah satu pemain assassin yang terbaik di MPL Malaysia sekarang. Zaid telah membuktikan bahawa dia adalah rookie yang tersinar pada musim ini. Tahniah diucapkan kepada Zaid.
Dekat sini lagi sekali kita menjemput semua orang untuk mengambil gambar dan tanya kepada Zaid. Dan kita, sementara Zaid ada dekat atas pentas, kita nak dengar apa yang dia nak cakapkan. Jadi kita akan bagi mikrofon kepada Zaid. Zaid, the stage is yours. Ada tak apa-apa yang Zaid nak cakap kepada semua yang datang pada hari ini?
Okay, firstly saya nak cakap thank you kepada my family, selalu support saya, jatuh bangun saya sehingga saya sekolah, sehingga saya dapat masuk professional skin. Dan thank you juga kepada Cik Su, banyak bagi kita orang macam-macam baju baru apa semua. Dan thank you juga kepada fans-fans Red Esports.
Terima kasih banyak Zaid, lagi sekali tepukan untuk kita punya rookie season MVP. Boleh bagi saya mikrofon dan boleh turun ke bawah. Kita boleh nampak pada musim kali ini, Sif, semua rookie main dengan sangat bagus.
Yes, betul. Tetapi itu merupakan anugerah untuk Best Rookie dan kita dah melihat regular season MVP. Kita tak perlu lupakan kepada kita punya talent daripada minggu pertama sehinggalah ke saat ini tak henti-henti untuk memberikan ulasan terbaik mereka. Jadi kita ada anugerah untuk Best Talent musim yang ke-9 ini.
Ya, mereka dah perform dengan sangat-sangat baik. Jadi dekat sini kita akan tengok top 5 talent sebanyak MPL musim ke-9. Jadi mari kita saksikan calon-calonnya.
Selain daripada para player yang menunjukkan persembahan yang mengagumkan, musim ini mungkin tidak akan begitu menarik tanpa caster-caster dan pengacara kami. Jadi sudah tiba masanya untuk mengumumkan calon-calon anugerah Best Talent MPL Malaysia musim ke-9. Mereka adalah Sid, Lefel, Adit, Gideon Q, Jasus Zuran. Siapakah Best Talent untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-9? Marilah kita saksikan pengumuman sekarang.
Dan itulah 5 calon anak daripada 13 kita kecilkan kepada 5 orang calon dan mereka berada di belakang menunggu siapakah Best Talent untuk musim kali ini, Lafel.
Ya, kita boleh tengok kat situ mereka yang nervous ke kita yang nervous. Sebab kita yang dekat atas pentas. Saya selamat di mana kamera tak ada kat muka kita.
Alright, tapi jawapan ataupun pemenang di tangan saya, bukan di tangan awak, Lafel.
Ya, betul.
Jadi, tanpa kita membuang masa, kita akan menjemput siapa, Lafel?
Ya, dekat sini kita akan menjemput Mr. Fikri Rizal, Marketing dan juga Business Development Manager untuk Moonton Games naik ke atas pentas.
Yes, debaran kian terasa Lafel dan seperti yang dikatakan, siapakah best talent untuk musim kali ini? Dan kita akan membuka envelope ini dan pemenangnya
Sampai koyak.
akan jatuh kepada
Adin! Tanya kepada Adin di mana dia percaya untuk menjadi Best Talent MPL Malaysia musim ke-9. Dia punya performance sepanjang musim ini sangat-sangat hebat sampai suaranya pun dah hilang.
Yes, perjalanan Adin bermula pada MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-6 melalui program Newborn Talent. Dia mendapat debut dia di dalam season yang ke-7. Pada musim ini, Adin telah membuktikan dia merupakan multi-talented dan juga boleh multi-role sebagai caster, host dan juga analis yang baik. Tahniah diucapkan kepada best talent kita pada musim kali ini.
Dekat sini lagi sekali kita akan menjemput semua orang untuk mengambil gambar Adin. Kalau tak ke sini, kat luar pun boleh. Tapi disebabkan Adin, dia dah biasa berbual depan kamera, dia dah biasa untuk pegang mikrofon. Jadi Adin, the stage is yours. Ada tak nak cakap apa-apa kepada semua orang yang mengundi anda?
Alright, first of all, Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera semua. Dan first of all, nak ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Allah SWT kerana kurniakan rezeki ini. My family, my friends, my wife, everyone who supported me daripada bawah sampai sekarang. And obviously, to all my beloved talent as well, my friends semua tu, thank you so much and I love you all. Thank you!
Woo! Tanya kepada Adin, Adin, you deserve it. Sini. Mikrofon memang bagi kat I suka pegang mikrofon walaupun letak dekat belakang. So, dekat situ kita nampak kita punya regular season MVP. Kita dah jumpa kita punya best rookie dan juga best talent.
Yes, ketiga-tiga award telah pun dipersembahkan kepada anda. Dan sekarang ini saya rasa mereka dah tak sabar-sabar untuk memulakan Grand Final Malaysia untuk musim yang ke-9 ini, Rafael.
Tapi sebelum tu, setiap minggu sepanjang 8 minggu dan juga pada bahagian playoff, kita dah dengar lagu Kita Rockstar berkali-kali. Tapi kita tak pernah jumpa orangnya.
Yes, saya sampai dah hafal lirik Kita Rockstar dan saya bernyanyi Kita Rockstar, Rafael.
Ya, again, saya suka sangat lagu tu, serius. Setiap minggu saya dengar. Paling-paling kurang pun 3 kali seminggu saya dengar.
Yes, dengan dua penyanyi yang cukup talented. Saya rasa korang pun mungkin dah hafal lirik sebab setiap kali MPL berlaku daripada minggu pertama sehinggalah ke Grand Final pada hari ini, hari yang terakhir, lagu tu sering saja berkumandang dan menjadi siulan anak muda.
Sekarang ni, kita dekat atas pentas pun kita rasa nervous. Sekejap lagi bila kita menjemput mereka, kemudian mereka akan buat live performance. Saya tak pasti macam mana debaran kepada mereka juga kerana again, susah sebenarnya nak perform on stage.
Yes, kita tahu kita berdua pun rasa sangat-sangat nervous sampai tangan saya memang bergigil-gigil. Tetapi inilah debaran Grand Final untuk kedua-dua pasukan di mana pasukan TODAK dan juga pasukan Orange yang akan bertemu antara satu sama lain tak lama saja lagi.
Ya, and again, saya sangat-sangat minat di mana kita rockstar dekat sini. Setiap kali kita dengar, dia mendebarkan, dia bagi kita energy. And energy itu yang menyebabkan Adin berjaya untuk dapatkan best talent. Sebab again, sebelum dia naik stage, dengar dulu.
Ya, betul. Dengan
Dia download kat dalam dia punya phone.
dengan video klip pun dia memang menarik dengan tarian dia yang mungkin Lafil kejap lagi akan tunjukkan kepada anda cara-cara untuk menari Kita Rockstar. Itu tak rockstar.
Bukan ni lah. Tapi dengan itu, apa kata kita menjemput mereka ke atas pentas?
Yes, tanpa membuang masa, kita akan menjemput kita punya best friend iaitu Yasmin Aziz dan juga Kung Fu Heidi.
Wow, looking beautiful. Oh my God. Thank you. So, dekat sini again, thank you very much you guys datang. Like you guys look so beautiful. Dan I sebenarnya nak tanya, how do you guys feel sebab you guys dekat atas stage, Grand Final MPL Malaysia, like, is it nervous? Do you guys feel okay? Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that's good.
Ya, Stormy, pastikan ambil gambar, alright?
Alright, bercakap tentang lagu Kita Rockstar, mungkin ada sikit sebanyak yang boleh dikatakan oleh anda berdua. Apa yang anda rasakan dan bagaimana pengalaman untuk rekod lagu Kita Rockstar ni?
Oh ya? Tak tahu. Tak apa, it's okay best friend. I pun nervous.
Oh.
Ya. Ya, and lepas ni kita akan nampak mereka punya performance kat atas stage. Tapi dengan ini, saya nak tanya kepada semua audience, adakah anda bersedia untuk menjemput kita punya grand finalist kat atas stage? Sebab selepas ni, kita akan tengok opening untuk grand finals. Dengan ini, saya akan secara official membuka MPL Malaysia Musim ke-9 Grand Finals.
Segala-galanya dalam kehidupan kita mempunyai dua sisi. Bila ada cahaya, pasti ada kegelapan. Malah dalam setiap pertandingan akan ada aksi-aksi yang pantas dan juga moments yang slow and steady. Dalam setiap perlawanan pasti akan ada serangan dan juga pertahanan, offense and defense.
Defend the turret.
Dan juga pick dan ban.
Please ban a hero.
Side merah dan biru. Pria lama, pria baru. Kemenangan, kekalahan, impian dan motivasi atau berputus asa. Champion atau tidak kira hasilnya. Hanya tinggal satu jalan ke hadapan. May the best team win.
Welcome to the Grand Finals. TODAK. Momo. Chiku Guys. Moon. Youths. Formates. Orange Esports.
Welcome everybody. It's dark and sinister here to show you the beauty of our stage here today. Honestly, it has been a long journey to get to this point. Welcome everybody to the grand finals of the playoffs, day number 4. My name is Gideon Q. Accompanying me today will be the rest of the English broadcast. We've got Sadafa here on my left and Terrence Icy Baby on my right. Welcome everybody to the final day of the MPL MY Season 9.
It's gonna be quite an exciting atmosphere here in the arena, and of course, it would not be possible without our sponsors. Of course, MPL MY Season 9 is powered by Moonton, presented by McDelivery, official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series, celebrate moments with Nescafe, and gaming with Cadbury Zip.
Yep, it is going to be an exciting one here. It's great to be, sharing this with all 3 of us together for the grand finals to witness a best of 7 series with the best of the best gathered here today. But of course, all things considered, before we begin as well, we'd like to shout out a special promotion for you guys, and that is going to be the McDelivery promo code. With MPL rewards, you can get yourself free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets with a exclusive MLBB skin with a minimum amount of spend of 50 ringgit on your McDelivery order.
So get to McDonald's today with McDelivery to get it delivered straight to your doorstep. We've got a whole lot of things we have to talk about here, but honestly, I'm just happy we get the wide angle so we can see the full potential. I mean, did you guys know that there were monitors down here? I didn't either, right until now. With that being said, guys, if you have the time before this game even starts, get your friends in on it. Are you a fan of TODAK? Do you know that they're a fan of TODAK? Or maybe even Orange Esports? Then share as much as you can. Our milestones are 800, 1,000, and 1,200, and every time we hit it, you guys get in-game rewards.
Yep, we've already been pretty consistently hitting our share milestones throughout the playoffs. We don't want to be dropping that record here on the grand finals of all days. So make sure you guys click on that share button. Make sure everyone knows this is happening right now. And of course, for those of you who might be a little bit more brainy, we got something else for you.
Exactly, predictions are on its way. Be sure to predict your favorite team, or in this case, who is going to be the champion of MPL MY Season 9 by using the hashtag MPL Predictor in the comment section, while including your game ID as well as a server ID in the comments. Who do you think is it going to be? Is it going to be TODAK or is it going to be Orange?
Oh, it's a tough one here, but if you guys get it right, the Karina Doom Duelist could be yours. More importantly so, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like generally on the English broadcast, our well, I would say that our predictions haven't exactly gone 100% of the way.
I feel like our predictions overall throughout the playoffs have just been completely off their rocker. And that's because the teams have been completely off their rocker. I don't think a lot of people were anticipating this matchup here in the grand finals, but I don't think we would want it any other way.
That being said, let's have a look at the stats. And Terrence, tell me a little bit about TODAK for those of you who don't know about them, obviously.
TODAK, this is the M3 roster from all the way representing Malaysia. This is going to be the second time, another time representing Malaysia for MSC, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table. They have been very, very consistent throughout the entire regular season and bringing out a lot of flashy heroes itself. In versatility in terms of their drafts is just phenomenal. And my personal favorite here, I feel like Momo has pulled it really, really well for the team, especially when he transitioned into the goal lane.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's become a real rock for the team, and now that Chiku guys is back in the lineup, they have a clear goal in mind, shot calling every single time. And fun fact, the last time that they have won a playoffs, they were in the upper brackets as well. But let's talk about Orange.
Yep, Orange Esports. Where to even start with these boys here up on screen? The ultimate Cinderella story, finally breaking out of their third place curse. Man and Min twins have been constantly setting up plays for the rest of the team, and Valence always a solid backbone for Orange Esports. But Gary and Bourne, the new additions to the roster, have definitely been picking up their weight.
Oh boy, I mean, it's interesting to see how much they've evolved. Like, they have an 80% win rate after week 6. That's when Valence was put finally as the main lineup.
That's the best decision that Orange Esports has ever made. We were questioning them for a very, very long time. Where was Valence, the shot caller for the team? And ever since he stepped back in, it just shows you how important the leader, the shot caller, or the decision maker for the team to lead themselves to victory is very, very important. So well done so far, but can they keep up against a veteran, a giant, a staple representative for Malaysia for so many seasons, TODAK seems to be having something to say.
I mean, this year already in Season 9, they're already achieving a lot of stuff. Like, Formace has taken a total of 2.9 million damage as an EXP laner. We look at 14 triple kills throughout the regular season of the MPL MY Season 9, and 4 Maniacs, 3 of it comes from Momo alone.
TODAK really do live up to their catchphrase, TODAK Langgar. They're always going to be running you down, steamrolling through the competition. No need to hold back. Just overpower your foes with superior dominating strength. Will it be enough to take out the underdog story Orange Esports now that they are so close to tasting that champion title?
Yep.
Oh, it's tough because, again, Orange, they are going to be the underdogs here. Let's have a look at what they have achieved throughout the season. With Valent's return, Orange Esports has an 80% match win rate. Mon has dealt 4.9 million damage to heroes. Hold up. 4.9?
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous, right? When it comes to that kind of amount of damage. If you think about it, how do you achieve 4.9 million damage? It's pretty simple if you think about it. You need to be able to hit 110,000 damage every single game that you have played. And that is pretty impressive because that is some serious raw number coming from On.
But let's not forget about Born here. It's third currently in average damage taken per minute, 6,332. So again, one consistent thing we've seen from both sides. Yes, lots of kills, fine, that's to be expected. But the EXP laners have been highlighted in these achievements itself. It's going to be a Formace versus Born matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we go on into the game itself, we have one final talent prediction. And you know what they say, equality is always the way. It's going to be a straight up split. Gonna be 4 of us going over for Orange Esports, 5 voting for TODAK.
Interesting. So, Terrence, we got some talking to do here. Orange Esports.
Yo, that's the thing, right? Orange Esports has just showed so much strength ever since Valence come to the table, and I really strongly believe that I want to see a different story for today. But without further ado, let's take a look at what you guys at home think, as well as audience. It seems like majority still think TODAK is going to be one of the strongest competitors to take their second championship title.
Now, here's the thing. Everybody from TODAK is here ready to give it their all to support their teams. But as we know, the caster's curse is a very real thing, and we haven't exactly been 100% correct. This could be your Cinderella story here, Icy Baby. This could be your moment that, hey, you saw something in Orange that nobody else saw. It's going to be tough here, but hopefully me and Snafa are going to be correct.
Yeah, but before we go on into that, we of course have to remind you guys once again about our official smartphone, Samsung. Make sure you guys check it out. You guys want to scan this QR code at the bottom of the screen. Use the promo code MLBBVIP to get yourself the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G, and you guys will be able to grab some gifts on top of your purchase.
Yep, without further ado, I'm looking forward to see how the grand finals is going to look like, because right now we're heading into the draft for game number 1 in the grand finals with TODAK on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. And to start things off, we are going to see the Grok and Valentina being banned off, and I really hope Orange Esports has been able to figure out the meta for TODAK, considering that they are super unpredictable to ban and draft against.
No, I totally agree with you there, Icy Baby. I think one of the few things that we have to mention before we continue on with this is that TODAK is deciding to be on the blue side. There is no coin flip because they were seated in the upper brackets. This was their choice. This is extremely different because TODAK love to be on red side.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it, to see how TODAK is willing to take on a first pick phase rather than Orange Esports, where usually we would expect them to actually go for second pick and react to this. It feels like they just straight up, based on their bans right now, they're just not following the traditional meta bans, but instead going to be focusing on just targeting most of Orange Esports comfort heroes.
I think now that we've come down to the final 2 teams in MPL MY Season 9, they're no longer going to be heavily based on the meta. There is so much respect between all 10 of these players. They have to be wary of specific picks that could come out from either side. The Grok and the Cho going to be pretty common pickups for Orange Esports to be flexed into multiple positions. And I think all of us still remember the 1v5 play by Chiku guys on this tank arena.
I feel like it's ingrained in my memory at this point. I think every team would rather not let 3 of their members dying to Chiku all by himself, even when they have 5 members all surrounding surrounding them. It's a good decision, but again, I do agree with Terrence here that TODAK is taking a different approach against Orange Esports. This could be because it's a best of 7, they want to get that early momentum, they want to try and get that 4-0 as quickly as possible, and if they overheat, that's fine. They're going to continue with their Langa strategy, and it actually complements their style.
You know, that's the thing about the drafts here, right? When you compare between TODAK as well as Orange Esports, they have to pick drafts that suit and comfort their usual playstyle, whereas TODAK, they're okay with that. Even if there's a meta pick being picked up from Orange Esports, they've already demonstrated that they can deal with it, which, of course, heroes such as Karina, heroes such as Baxia Jungle, heroes such as Lancelot Hayabusa, these are things that TODAK have experienced before through a regular season, and they're not afraid of challenging this type of heroes again, whereas Orange Esports, they have shown a little bit of sloppiness when it comes to basic meta heroes. That's why they're limited to banning those kind of meta bans rather than just letting it all through and deal with it later on.
What I am worried here is that, yes, Orange Esports, they banned out some pretty solid meta picks here against TODAK. They're going to be letting through some notable comfort picks. So one major thing is going to be this 1-1 that both teams heavily prioritize. We know that Valence and Momo play it very comfortably, and it is a hero that can instantly turn a game around if given enough scaling. But will TODAK want to focus that down on the blue side?
I mean, that's not all. Fanny is also wide open for both teams here. Selena hasn't been touched too often these days, but yes, those were the usual go-to bans for whether you were playing up against TODAK or Orange Esports. First pick, going to be 1-1 for the side of TODAK. We've seen Momo hard carry games through this 1-1. Maybe we'll see it once more.
Here's an interesting fact as well. Like, knowing Orange Esports, they have to deal with this 1-1. It's something that they really, really like to do. I feel like Valence is going to be leaning on his Beatrix picks again. But now, seeing how we've seen here teams actually ban the Phoveus, I think that Orange Esports might consider just straight up picking in the Phoveus and the Esmeralda just to deny the pick away from TODAK. But at the same time, it's going to be a risky move considering that TODAK can't just pick something else to deal with those heroes itself.
Personally, I don't really agree. Phoveus, yes, is effective to counter the 1-1, but not so reliable. They're definitely going to fall back to comfort picks here, which means picking up Gary's Fanny, as well as Man's Xavier, something that he has been absolutely dominating the land of Dawn with. TODAK, they're going to need to lock in some serious crowd control to be able to deal with Gary and have a backup plan here, because Man, he always knows how to position for those dawning lights.
Yeah, I think Orange Esports is taking a good response by not instantly replying to the goal lane like, oh, I'm going to lock in Beatrix right here, right now, up against this 1-1. Let's get some power picks for ourselves. The Xavier obviously going to be able to scale, but more importantly, we see time and time again that Man is very proactive when he has that dawning light. Oh, you're in the back line, you're a marksman, perfect. I'm going to chunk you out of 50% HP, somebody else take care of it.
Yeah, I feel like this is a perfect pick for Orange Esports when it comes to picking a Xavier, but the Fanny is a little bit preemptive for me, considering that this is not the game that they have faced similar to how they did against Red Esports, where they first picked the Franco, pretty much limiting their roamer. TODAK, it's pretty much a no-brainer for not to pick up Kufra, considering that Yums does have the aggression and the playstyles to actually play the hero very, very well. So this is not going to be a very, very fun game for Gary to play on the Fanny.
The thing is, though, we have actually seen many times that, yes, Kufra is an obvious counter to the Fanny, but the more skilled a player is with Fanny, the easier they're actually able to play around Kufra. You start to realize that, his CC might not actually be enough lockdown. And with them picking up Dimasha as well, they're still lacking a little bit of CC, which Orange Esports are instantly going to snap up on. They're playing around the range, and now they have Valence's Kimmy as well.
Interesting. So the scaling is pretty solid for the side of Orange Esports for now. They don't really have a front line as of yet, and we'll see in the second phase how that's going to be played out. Because now, gold lane, all right, they've matched it up. They don't have to worry about it getting banned out by TODAK in the second phase, but Orange Esports will recognize, hey, they still are missing a jungler. This Masha is most likely going into the EXP lane. We've seen a couple of teams actually try it out during the playoffs. Some successful, others almost there, but still unable to close out a game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the same time as well, it is going to be a lot of emphasis coming from Kufra, from Yums to actually catch out the Fanny. And we think about this very aggressive Kimi pick from Orange Esports, which I do like, because they do sometimes flex the Kimi down towards a bit lane with Valence playing it. So it's something that it's okay for them, but at the same time, it's more on how do you punish the late rotation, or in this case, the mobility of a Kufra in the other lane. So the Orange Esports has the advantage on just controlling and dictating the pace on how they want to fight it. But do they expect TODAK to be hitting them where they least expect or not? That's going to be my biggest question.
Yeah, that's always the question that teams have to ask when they are playing against TODAK. We're already seeing the second phase of bans come out. The Hellcat has been banned by Orange Esports, which is interesting considering that they will have first pick in the second phase. They could lock it in for themselves. They are a little worried about the Kufra, so they don't want to give that over. TODAK ban out the Ruby to prevent Orange Esports from more of their playmaking ability. And right now what I'm wondering is TODAK just planning to kind of avoid fighting Orange and split push with this Masha because they know Orange likes to fight as a group?
Well, that's actually an interesting point. I never really thought of that because I think it's going to be hard to avoid Orange Esports. They got a lot of global presence here, whether you like it or not. If you're up in the river, I mean, Maximum Impact, Dawning Light is already two really good abilities with long range. Not to mention the Fanny can just kind of zip around the map as quickly as she wants to. However, TODAK, the fact that they are banning the Ruby on top of banning Glue, it looks like they have a good idea of how they kind of want to maneuver. My guess is they're going to try and divide and conquer, maybe 2 and 3, look to punish like how they did against Team SMG during the upper brackets, maybe attack the mid lane.
This is really smart from TODAK as well, because if you think about it, Glue as well as Ruby are amazing heroes at just buying time. And Xavier requires a lot of time to actually play this game. This is a strategy that Orange Esports play a lot, and they rely heavily on just making the space and taking it to the later stage of the game, where Man is going to be able to pop off with his Xavier, which we did see in yesterday's games throughout the entirety of the second final day of the playoffs. So it's no surprises that they will ban it off, but for them to use a Uranus to try and compensate that is going to be very difficult, because knowing 4Maze, he is going to find a way to punish the Uranus.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about this. Recently, Uranus pickups have just not been working out too well for Orange Esports. I can see them trying to do this to match with the Masha split pushing, just kind of draw attention to the other side of the map. But I feel like if they were going to do that, it might have been better to pick up the Esmeralda instead. Maybe they picked the Uranus because he has a built-in Purify, but I'm not sure if this is the right solution here.
I think it's better than Esmeralda for sure, because I feel like Esmeralda doesn't clear the waves as quickly in comparison to someone like Uranus, who can actually outscale the entire composition from a TODAK if he wanted to. But at the end of the day, 1-1 is going to be the major issue. TODAK is going to be locking in the Yve to give more problems on top of scaling with the Hayabusa on top of the Yve. So far, I was expecting the Hayabusa with the Ruby ban. The Yve, I think it's very ambitious, but they now know that Orange Esports has an EXP laner that can't stop them. Now, finally, the Roamer. This is so important for Orange Esports.
I feel like it's going to be the Franco Force pick coming from Orange Esports. There's not really a lot of tank that actually deal with both front and back lines. And when I mean front and back lines, it's going to be the Hayabusa at the back and 1-1 in the front. And these are two very movement-oriented playstyle heroes, but looks like it's not going to be the case. They are not going to go over Franco. They are going to try and make something work, which is going to be the Hilda going for the invades, which oftentimes we did see Masha being the core strength compared to the Hilda back in the regular seasons.
I'm expecting to see 3 Purifies here coming out from Orange Esports. How do they stop the real-world manipulation coming out of Moon?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one. I think this is a high-risk, high-reward team composition coming out of Orange Esports. They know TODAK, they have a very disruptive lineup now, so they're going to go for something that doesn't require them to set up big team fights and can go for 1v1 pickoffs. We'll see whether or not it works out, because this is game number 1 of our best of 7 grand finals. TODAK going to have a highly disruptive team comp, distracting the front line with Kufra and the real-world manipulation to set up for crossbow of tank, whereas Orange Esports going for a 1v1 pickoff. They're going to be disrupting the jungle as much as possible with Hilda and Fanny to make time for Man and Valence. The land of Dawn beckons for the first time today as we witness the beginning of the end for both these teams.
Welcome everybody. Game number 1 is on its way. TODAK on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty exciting moment coming from both these teams, and it all comes down to the invades. Min is going to try and set the tempo for the team, and as for TODAK, they are going to try and mirror with 4Maze, and you can see bottom in the mini-map as well, you can see reaction of 4Maze trying to cut the lane, unfortunately was stopped by Born, so that is not going to be TODAK going for the invades instead, but they themselves getting invaded by Min.
Oh. Oh, does he steal away? No, he doesn't steal away the orange buff in time. Chiku, guys, is forced to use his Retribution, and that's all Min wants. It allows Gary to get Lethal Wanderer, and instantly you can see the priorities of the lane taking effect.
Yeah, I do like this adaptation here from TODAK. They know that they're gonna get invaded in the blue buff, so they start with orange, but Gary already has his purple buff, so he's going to start causing a lot of havoc. You can already see TODAK taking a lot of damage from these three players. Chiku jukes out the steel cable.
Yep, this is going to be a very, very exciting moment as well, as TODAK, they are getting pressured pretty hard. They force a couple of rotations, and that's going to put Orange in a very, very comfortable spot. Meanwhile, Chico a little bit low, actually trying to go for the punish onto his Born, but this is a Uranus we're talking about. He's got the sustains, and now he's going to try for Chico, and Chico don't own the turret. Does it hit him? It does, but it's not enough to take him out. But Chico has wasted so much precious time by trying to make a dive onto his Uranus.
It does put him at a life deficit here. His regeneration shouldn't be coming up anytime soon, and it does mean that Formace will have full control over this wave. Born, unable to walk up, finally gets to use his shield. Moon, unfortunately, is in no position to defend this purple buff without sacrificing a bit of life. Yums on top of Min for now, Man as well, but notice Fanny wants to go in. The bouncing ball is already down, and Chico, he's got to back off. Momo's the only person who can save him. That's going to be a purple buff stolen away. It's just in a time. Oh, wait. No, he doesn't get it. Chico still has his purple.
Yeah, that is just so tough for TODAK to actually fight that as well. And this is the downside of having a Kufra, right? You are going to lose out in so much mobility, and Orange Esports is just taking advantage and punishing every single lane as much as they can before TODAK actually scales into his mid game. And this is a right play coming from Orange Esports though.
All things considered though, TODAK are doing a good job of responding to this. Yes, Yums lacks mobility, but all he does have to do is stand there with the bouncing ball. Keeping that purple buff in their pocket was really key because the turtle has just come up. And if he didn't have it, there would be no way of challenging this. But it does look like TODAK might just be willing to give it away anyway.
I mean, Chico doesn't have Retribution. He has 10 seconds until it happens. Min is keeping tabs on him while Gary will be able to take the turtle. Born as well, going to back him up, and now instantly Gary on the attack.
Yep, there's nothing much you can do. But they do it for the dunk, and they catch Moon in the regards. And Orange Esports, they're not afraid to go in for confidence. But the Tyrant's Rage coming from Born. Oh no, he gets stopped by Yums. He saves Chiku's life, and this time Orange Esports, they are getting retaliated. And Orange Esports, they have to run for their lives. And Min now gonna make a run for his life as he sidesteps his way through. Formace looking for the CC to actually chain him down, but eventually will kite Min away. The Dawn Light comes in. It's not gonna save his life, but he will die. Momo, however, on the top side, getting pressured by Balance, and Balance gets a solo kill up top.
All right, not too bad. The score is 2-2 so far, and Momo ended up dying, which is not exactly too great, especially when you're in a lane against Kimmy. She's naturally going to scale, and more importantly, that first kill does mean that he's going to be a full level up on Momo.
Yep, that previous engagement though was really huge thanks to Yums. Born should have been able to pick up that kill on Chiku, guys, easily if not for the pushback, and that resulted in them being able to catch off 2 members of Orange. They might be able to get one more now as Min is stuck to the wall.
Yeah, that was a big catch coming from TODAK as well. Knowing that Min has the tendency to actually go for invades time and time again, getting that earlier kill gave them the level and a to fight this. However, Moon down mid without the protection of the Kufra, not going to be able to do too much as he is going to lose his life for a second time. This is the weakness of TODAK's draft as of yet. The Kufra needs to secure Chiku's farm as much as is possible, and Orange Esports understands this, and they are able to punish all of this by being as aggressive as they can.
I mean, it's just about timings, right? They're looking for timings as much as they possible, and they want to make sure that Chiku has the roughest time in jungle. If they can sacrifice a bit of the lane pressure to do so, they'll absolutely do it. And now Formace, he's going to get run down, but Gary is here to try and finish off that kill. Formace gives his life over 3-3, and that's going to be Blade of the Heptaseas as well as Ice, Dominance Ice for Born.
That is so much damage coming out of Gary, and a huge kickoff as well, because that is the EXP laner. The bottom side for TODAK is completely empty, and unfortunately, that's where the turtle has spawned. So now Orange will go for it. TODAK, they want to trade off Balance for this.
This is so smart of TODAK as well, making an attempt. They need to get a kill on Balance and allowing Momo to get the goal, but Balance sidesteps his way through, and fortunately for him, he's going to be A-OK. TODAK understands they cannot overextend a little bit too much because they are at a deficit. Meanwhile, Formace is trying to buy as much time as he can and make enough space for his team to actually make a comeback, and Orange Esports, however, very quick to respond to annoy Chiku again.
I'm a little curious on what's going on here. I want to see the item list in a little bit, but so far Chiku taking a good amount of damage, made it very close to killing him, but unfortunately, oh, he does still find it right at the end. Doesn't need to execute, but Gary following up, taking out Momo in one fell swoop. The Inspire did not come off, and it didn't get any value.
That is a massive play from Orange Esports. Min choosing not to back up, knowing he's 1v4. I'm gonna stay in this bush and regen as much as possible. Trading out Chiku was already excellent, but then Gary coming in and picking off Momo as well is just the cherry on top. Do they steal this purple? No, Chiku is here with the retreat.
Oh, this is huge coming for Orange Esports. They need to continue with this relentless assault because TODAK, as of yet, they just don't have the power spike to deal with this aggression. As Chiku needs to be making space for Momo. Momo has suffered some huge blunders in the plan, as even though they have Sen used to protect him. But looks like there's going to be another attempt once again. Gary, scaring TODAK once again.
Didn't get to see enough of the items just there, but it's fine. Orange Esports want to be aggressive. They want that mid lane. Min is forced to boom back. Is born in Momo. Oh wait, no. The weakness finder is not exactly proccing as much as he would like to, but so far Min continuing to be frustrating, looking to get back into the brush. Oh my goodness, the amount of damage the new Hilda does still shocks me.
Yeah, he does end up losing his life there. Maximum charge just barely off the mark, and now Valence is out of position, but he does have the movement speed. Sprint will allow him to escape from TODAK. And even though they trade out Min there, that is a lot of time bought. Look at how long it took for Chiku guys to actually 1v1 the Hilda.
Oh, this is so smart of Orange Esports. They're just keeping up with so much pressure across the map with the dawning lines, but constantly making sure that Momo or Chiku needs to be hit so that they do not feel comfortable farming in the lanes. And because of that, Chiku guys getting one-shotted by the Fanny alongside with maximum charge, and TODAK, they just lost their jungler again. This is not a good time to be with TODAK right now.
No way that does that much damage, right? How? He loses so much off of a max range, maximum charge. I mean, it's in the name, but still, it's shocking to see. A quick cut throw to finish him off. And now, Min as well as Gary are going to be very aggressive here. Mangi here to back them up, opens down the gates, and purple buff falls into the hands of Gary. Real world manipulation coming off too, but it's still a little too early for the damage to work out for Moon. TODAK can't do anything about this, but Gary says otherwise. He finds one, he wants to go for a second, gets stopped by the bouncing ball. A quick shutdown is going to put him in his place.
This is exactly what TODAK needs, and now without the Fanny, Chiku guys is going to look for more fights as Orange Esports has overextended a little bit too much, and this is going to be TODAK bouncing back. The crossbow tanks comes in with Momo as they turn the tides, as Orange Esports needs to hold the pressure. However, these are very tanky heroes. TODAK are struggling to find the damage, but looks like they are going to try 4 maze to try and force the issue, but Orange Esports, they can't seem to kill them. They're just so tanky.
Yeah, but Min, he's in trouble now. Born and Min changing aggro time and time again. Born is in trouble. Oh, 1 HP. Born should get it with the Ionic Edge, and Moon, Momo, as well as Yums just look on. What can we do?
Yeah, but that is the leverage that TODAK were looking for there. Being able to trade out multiple cores on Orange Esports is huge. Gary though looking for revenge. Oh, that was close.
Wait.
Dawning light. No,
he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it just yet. Mon is in his transcendent form as well, so he's good. Moon makes it out of there, and that was some scary stuff. But now Chiku getting attacked by Min, doesn't care no more. He can survive, but Momo is securing the kill. Hayabusa with the Oki shadow kill. Chunks Valence down to 50% HP, but that's all he's going to get.
Oh, this is pretty insane coming in from Orange Esports. The amount of aggression and TODAK, they have got a little bit of leverage all the way through, but they need to figure a way to protect both Moon. But oh my goodness, Moon, he just can't play.
Oh, he's dead. Now. He's about to die here if he shows up anywhere on the map. Oh, the timing! Gary was waiting in the brush for so long.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Gary, if he just noticed that, would have gotten a free kill. But right now, we are definitely seeing the impacts of Orange Esports' global presence. Even Born now going to be participating in harassing Chiku, but he might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. Valence not going to be able to help him out there, but he will get the trade onto Chiku.
Oh my goodness, they're throwing bodies at the wall, and it's it's working out. They're going 50-50 against TODAK every single time, and they are just trading back and forth. Knowing that Chiku is dead, Lord is instantly started, so Orange Esports are purposefully taking these 50-50s with a goal in mind.
Oh, this is huge, but looks like they are going to try and force the issue. Dawning like connects on 3, but Yu's with a big out there, catches the Fanny, no retribution, and Toda is in prime time to steal the ball, but it's going to be Yu's that takes it away, and Toda, they turn the tides against Orange Esports as they make the biggest blunder of their game right now, and this is going to be the comeback that Toda has been eyeing for the longest of time.
That was just so unlucky for Orange Esports. Yums getting the CC at the exact same time that the Lord swiped, and it was enough damage to finish off Gary, meaning Orange had no retribution. They do pick off Momo, but his job is already done. The Lord going to TODAK is going to buy them more time to scale up.
Yep, Valence now in some trouble here. Chiku deep in the enemy lines with no Oki Shadow Kill. His quad shadows is going to be the only thing. He gets a bit of a save, but he ends up dying to Gary regardless. And now Formace caught in the line of fire. Yums trying to turn things around. He'd rather sacrifice his life than his EXP laners.
Oh, this is annoying to deal with as well. Man, we're setting up some insane force fields coming in, but Momo now in a little bit of trouble. Gary going a little bit super out of control, but the Donnie almost catches Momo as Momo makes his way to another side to actually farm his XP, and it seems like TODAK will be able to secure a tier 2 with Orange Esports aggression down mid.
Yeah, that's fine, but mid is still holding strong, and I think that's important. If we can pull up the item list, I'm curious to see what Moon has so far. He's dealing a lot of damage to Gary, and yes, he already has the Ice Queen, so on top of some protection with the Brute Force Breastplate. Looking back over at Valence as well, he's just building raw damage.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage scaling coming out of Orange Esports pretty soon, but the same can be said of TODAK. They now have the slight net worth lead, and even Born, you can see, is being chunked out quite heavily by Moon. Orange definitely have to play a lot more wary in the next few minutes so that they don't give away free kills, because any advantage TODAK gets right now is going to balloon heavily as the minutes tick by.
Agreed. And TODAK is currently playing based on their experience. They are masters when it comes to playing into its late game. However, need I remind you as well, when it comes to late game, Man is going to be the one that hurts the most. So they need to figure a way to eventually scale and deal with this Xavier. But looks like they will try and pick up towards Born. Here comes a big Tyrant's Ridge at the last edge as well. The picks so perfect. Final edge to pull him back, and that is huge for them. And Gary trying to make some sort of plays as well. Yums is going to try and bait this out, but Gary playing it safe for now. That means Toda is going to get a little bit of control for Yale.
We can see that earlier, Moon already had the Brute Force Breastplate, so he's now not going to easily get one-shot by Gary. Even if he gets a lot of his HP chunked out, being able to survive those drive-bys is huge, because Gary, he has high and dry. He is very invested into this single one-hit KO kind of playstyle, and he does not have any tankiness to be able to survive extended trades. As long as the target does not die, TODAK comes out on top.
I mean, the only thing that we can see that is a silver lining for Orange Esports is the fact that Yums had to expand his flicker very early on. Now, with the Luminous Lore coming up, he's not going to have his flicker this entire time, so he can't make crazy plays by catching people off guard with his flicker. He's just going to have to try to go in dry, and Orange Esports will take note of that.
Yep, I definitely agree, but as of yet, TODAK, they are going to try and separate the formations of Orange Esports by having a shadow bait down towards the Lord, with Masha going for the single clear, while the rest of TODAK are going to be fighting on the other side of the mat. Yeah, and Chiku, however, taking a little bit too much damage, and TODAK, they will try and force the issue without him. This is kind of risky coming from TODAK, but the Tyrant's Rage comes in. They are going to try and chunk towards board, but the crossbow tanks are available. Are they going to take the fight? Yes, they will. Momo gets the chain. He gets one. He's going to look for the balance as well as Formace dives into his face. Gary tries to retaliate for the team, but Yu saving up his bouncing ball for this moment, and TODAK makes a comeback, gets a 4-man wipe with that bait.
We're instantly seeing the reversal of the fates by TODAK. They have hit their power spikes. They have gotten a beautiful trade, 0 for 4. And now Min is the only one left defending his base for the next 15 seconds. Yums even tanking the tower for a while to keep the minion wave alive. They want to end this. They jump on top of Min with a thunderclap. Ogi Shadow Kill clearing up the wave. They find him. That's a wipeout against Orange. And TODAK will take game number 1.
After the game going 50-50 for so long, one good play play and a good amount of time. TODAK taking away. GG, well played for game number 1. TODAK going to be having that momentum moving on.
What a game coming from TODAK as well. It's all about experience. It's all about persistency. Once they find a crack in their formation, you give them an inch, they will take them out. And that's exactly what TODAK did right there. They will oppress throughout the entirety of the game. And one right play completely turned the tide. Well done to TODAK. But nevertheless, I feel like the Kufra play was brilliant. Early aggression, you are going to lose out. Rotation, you are going to lose out. But all you need is the one right catch. And that will completely swing in their way.
And that's Yums for you. I mean, Yums consistently has been doing it. He's been playing really, really hot in the playoffs and of itself. But you got to give it to Orange Esports where credit is due. They were playing 50-50 for the most part of it. Coin flips were very consistent. However, they still are very good at their cross-play maps. I feel like it just came down to that one play that caused all of this to happen. It's not even a build-up.
Yeah, Orange Esports did a very good job identifying exactly how they wanted to take advantage of TODAK's lineup in the early game. And usually, this allows them to snowball into a better position. But as you mentioned, this is where that discipline, this is where that experience from TODAK comes into play. They recognize, okay, we cannot take these fights. We are losing these trades. What do we need to do next? And then they build up from there.
Well, speaking of which, let's have a look at the item list so far and talk about it a little bit more, because at the end of the day, we are seeing Valence hitting like an absolute truck, somehow surviving the top side, even though he had no defensive items. But then you notice the fall off and the drop off of some of their heroes. Gary in particular, unable to get that Blade of Despair in time. And despite the fact he was doing so much damage, one good catch from Yums with only Dominance Eyes as well as Blade Armor to protect him. I don't know. He just scales off so quick.
You know, the thing about this draft coming from Orange Esports is that they are very, very strong in early stage of the game. But when it goes to the later stage of the game, TODAK, they understood that they needed to wait for the Dominance Eyes. The biggest problem for them was they could not deal with the Uranus and the Hilda at the same time. And the moment Yums had his Dominance Eyes in that play, that is where things completely change, because you do not see that very, very tall, tanky Born that we kind of expect, which you can see Born was trying to build into us that Oracle to deal with it. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late by then because of one mistake coming from him.
Yeah, I think the Oracle should have came out a little bit earlier this time around. But MVP of this game coming in from TODAK is going to be Yums with this 1-2 and 13 play. Man, this kid, wow, he's so young, so very talented, already represented Malaysia one time during M3, and now he is looking even better after realizing that the ceiling is way higher above his head.
Yeah, we already mentioned during the draft that a good Fanny can easily outplay a Kufra, but I think the reverse is also true. A good Kufra and can absolutely outplay everything out of Orange Esports. And Yums, he played so aggressively. He knew exactly when he needed to overextend, when he needed to play defensively to protect his teammates, and he really made a lot of clean setups. You can see he had a 74% match kill participation. Not really need to talk about the GPM because he is of course in the roamer position, but being able to get 3.5 items at this point of the game means that he was definitely having a solid time.
Yeah, 13 assists coming from a Kufra player, and one really fun fact coming from Yums is that he always held on his bouncing ball just for Fanny. Even if he starts a fight, no matter what, he will set up a turret streak, but he will always save his bouncing ball for the right moment, not to stack the damage. So that was a brilliant play coming from Yums. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. As you can see, Orange Esports early on, they were just completely dominating with their aggression. They understood that TODAK is just so weak and there's no point challenging their way through. But what TODAK did was very smart and very unorthodox of them, considering that they have the tendency to be aggressive, but when push comes to shove, they are willing to play defensively for the sake of fighting for that one opportunity to make a comeback.
I mean, if we're I'm looking at these highlights and you start to see the patterns here, right? You start to see where Orange Esports, yes, even though they are trading 50-50, they are looking to make cross-map plays. TODAK inevitably will start to scale, and I think that's where you get to see it, right? The power item spikes coming in from this battle. Momo does get that Wisdom Nature. He ends up dying, but Moon has dealt more than enough damage that Orange Esports now recognize, hey, we cannot deal with this real-world manipulation. We have to take him out somehow.
The problem with Orange Esports' draft is that, yes, it's very disruptive in the early game because of this Hilda and Fanny combination. But once you get to that mid-game, late-game sort of power spike, TODAK, they like team fighting. They revel in the chaos of the battlefield. And they realize Orange Esports, they don't actually have a lot of defensive utility. They lack crowd control very heavily. They are 100% relying on the Hilda and the Uranus to just be bodies of meat in front of them. And it's so easy for Formaze and Chiku to just jump on the backline.
Yeah, this was just huge plays coming from TODAK as well. And I'm not gonna lie, Yums, there was just so many moments of him as well. Flicker, Tyrant's Rage, pixel perfect, just one pixel away. And Bord could have survived multiple times. He caught it at the right moment. And even there, it was a good solid about 10 to 15 seconds. He went into the ultimate and didn't do anything with his bouncing ball. But the moment Fanny shows up, he just pops it off. But nevertheless here, we are going to be having a little bit of a special surprise for you guys because there is going to be the Panton or Wish winner which is going to be walking away with McDonald's voucher plus 3 epic skin box with his which is Panton coming from Nicholas Lim.
Time passes and the seasons change. MPL MY Season 9, who will rise to fame? Unlike players, I have one thing to aim. McDonald's meal for me to claim. Well done. Honestly, I like this a lot better because at least it limits the number of words and you don't need to put too many hashtags in one little message. So thank you so much, Nicholas Lim. Your creativity has earned you your McDonald's vouchers and 3 epic skins.
And you definitely earned my respect for being a fellow McD fan here. Always good food, good meal. And I think you guys should grab some for yourselves too because this is going to be a long match. Best of 7 currently. TODAK 1 game up. Will they be able to continue this momentum and potentially become the first 2-time champions of MPL?
Oh yeah, we haven't had that in extremely... Well, actually, I say we haven't had it in a long time. We haven't had it at all, in matter of fact. Nobody has been able to do it back-to-back. Some have swapped the rosters and have achieved it before. Yes, that's fine, but I think it's going to be tough because 7 games is a long time. Stamina, mentality, how sharp can you stick together?
Well, obviously, you gotta check out the Nescafe yourself because that is gonna keep you hydrated and energized to keep going throughout the entirety of the Best of 7 series. We are gonna be celebrating moments with Nescafe as we are gonna be having this promotion. All you gotta do is scan the QR code up on the screen and you can get yourself 30% off with no minimum spending, capped at 20 ringgit, of course, by using the code NESMPL30.
Yep, and don't forget to check out some of their newer flavors. And by the way, they also have exclusive cans. And now I realized this recently that apparently that this really is some limited edition stuff. That if you want to get these at like your regular 7-Eleven, for an example, or your regular petrol stations, right? There are different designs for different places. I didn't notice until I walked outside and saw a banner for it, and then it all made sense to me. So that's why it is limited edition. If you're lucky enough to come on over to the arena, you'll see the full editions here, but you're not going to be able to see it all in one place.
Hey, if you want to save some time, right, come down to the arena, pick all 4 rather than look for all the shops and get one by one.
Don't be giving people ideas here. Don't be giving ideas. With that being said, guys, have you heard about the All-Star Showdown for this new upcoming 515 event?
Yep, in addition to that, we're going to be having the 515 All-Star Showdown 2022. It is going to be the first entertainment event across the C region in MLBB history. 210 leading celebrities from Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar will all be joining this big party. It's going to have an unprecedented number of players, an exciting schedule, and many, many lucrative prizes. So make sure you guys don't miss any moment. It's going to be happening from April 24th to May 15th.
Well, I'm looking forward to see those amazing games to come as well because I have a, you know, should I spill the beans about what's going to be happening on those days?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, come on, you know what I'm talking about.
No, not even in the slightest.
Don't lie. Okay, fine.
Not even in the slightest.
We'll keep it to you when that day happens. Hopefully, we'll be sharing with you on that day. See, that's the hint. Anyways, before that, let's jump into the recap for game number 1 of that match as well. As you can see, based on the stats coming in, we did see that Orange Esports was very consistent even in doing damage. Even Min doing on the hill that was just doing a fantastic job of making sure that Chiku guys had one of the worst possible performance in his career. I've never seen Chiku get punished that hard.
Well, I mean, it happens, you know, when a the composition is designed to have this much global presence and invade your jungle by stealing priority, it's such a frustrating thing, especially since you're Hayabusa. Your early game is almost non-existent until you get your first item. And even then, Chico's like, all right, persistence is key. We've seen Moba Zane do it in M3. I'm going to do it even harder. And he still manages to pull through. Now, look at OE. They have more damage collectively than TODAK.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They were doing way more damage overall, and TODAK still came out on top, just like you guys can if you check out the brand new Cadbury Zip. Now more chocolatey. Make sure you guys grab your Cadbury Zip from 7-Eleven. If you guys have one nearby, you're going out, you want to grab some snacks, I know you guys go for those late night trips to 7E. And of course, if you're not one of those people, you can also buy it online. All you got to do is scan this QR code below, and this bar of chocolatey goodness can be yours.
Hey, why you gotta spill the beans, man? I'm one of those people. Come on, why would you share that with the whole world knowing that I do exactly just that?
No, he's talking about a different demographic. He's talking about the demographic that buys only one chocolate bar and not like multitudes in shipment yards.
I thought it was about me going to the...
Don't worry, you can scan the QR code. It's for everybody. With 8 seconds on the clock here, TODAK against Orange Esports for game number 2. Let's see the adaptations, because again, best of 7s, it's all about adapting, understanding, and coming down to your final few picks. Orange Esports now going to be taking blue side as TODAK takes the red.
Yep, and speaking of which, this time Orange Esports, they will understand the power of the Masha. It is still annoying to deal with, but what was very interesting compared to the playstyles of the Masha right now, where TODAK initially, when they played the Masha, was to go in for an early invade, very similarly to how Min played it with his Hilda in the game number 1. But instead, as long as you drag into his later stage of game, Masha is pretty hard to kill and does deal a decent amount of damage to be able to turn the fight around.
Yeah, it looks like the reason why TODAK picked up the Masha here rather than using it for early game invades is just to maintain lane priority in the EXP lane, because there are very few heroes that can actually take that 1v1, and it allows Formaze to just constantly hold that lane even against tankier heroes like the Uranus and the Esmeralda. For that reason, Orange Esports, they've decided to ban that out. They're going to be maintaining their ban on the Karina as well.
I mean, we do say that, but half the time we did see Born invading TODAK's jungle. I mean, it's not like he was sacrificing priority. I just think that Masha takes a little bit of time to get to that point, right? And at the end of the day, yes, your marksmen are a little scared of getting thunderclapped and immediately disarmed afterwards. Not only are you going to take a butt ton of damage, but you're not going to be able to auto-attack after that. It's just a little annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's more like Orange Esports, they just couldn't close up the game, right? Because when it comes to early aggression, they had just full pedal metal. They knew they could have won the game, but it all comes down to one mistake, which is dealing with the Kufra. Because one mistake coming in will cost you the entire fight, and that's the beauty of the Kufra. It's a hit or miss kind of strategy, and I feel like if they want to play the exact same strategy again, they've got to take out the Kufra first.
Actually, I don't know. I feel like 6 out of 10 times, Moon probably, I mean, considering where Gary was coming from, Moon's read on where Gary will be during that rotation was great. And I think, you know, if Moon didn't kill Gary, completely different story. And then after that, you can do the coin flip, and then, yeah, I don't know. I think at that stage of the game, really, the game-winning play, Moon kills Fanny, Yums catches everybody and takes the Lord. It doesn't go more than that, and I think Orange Esports recognize it. You can tell on their faces, they're not too bummed about the previous game. They're like, all right, move on, go next. Let's get our first pick here. We don't have to worry about Franco, Karina, or Masha. They're going to lock in Cho. Let's be flexible.
Yeah, I think this is a nice start from Orange Esports. They're going back to the drawing board here. As you mentioned, it's important not to dwell on what happened in game number 1 and now look forward, focus on the next game. We already saw in their interview, they play every game like it's their last. Starting with Cho is a very good flex pick. This is something that multiple members of their team is able to play. TODAK, they did ban out the 1-1 earlier because they're now on the red side and they are worried that Valence will pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, considering that Orange Esports picks this Cho as a flex pick, it feels like they are being played into his TODAK's draft just because of how TODAK banned the Cho in first phase in game number 1. So it forces OE to be a little bit, I would say, priority check just because of the desperation, like, oh no, they might pick it for themselves. So it's something that I think it's TODAK kind of put into their mind by brainwashing or psychoing in that sense, if it makes a little sense. And because of that, they're able to draft the Xavier for themselves instead. rather than first pick Xavier for Orange Esports?
I just think that is good from TODAK's side. I mean, Angela is still up and denying Min's overall pressure with Xavier. I don't think it's that bad, but Orange Esports understand, hey, you're going to be playing for the early game now, and we're both reliant on our purple buffs. So let's double down, go for the fanning once again. I think Gary, overall, last game was playing generally fine. Brock, since it was let through, now Born has something where he can start making plays with.
Yeah, I like this adaptation from Orange Esports. Now they have plenty of disruption, plenty of crowd control, and we know that Gary is very comfortable on this Fanny. So even though they lost with it in game number 1, if the opportunity comes to snatch it up again, Orange Esports aren't going to pass it up. But TODAK are quite smart with the draft here as well. They want to steal the Xavier away. They lock in the Ling since it was let through the draft. And since they see the Fanny, well, Yums, looks like you're playing Kufra again.
Yeah, Kufra once more. Honestly, would you have gone for the Angela instead of Kufra here?
No, I would definitely go for the Kufra for sure. Like, Kufra is... You don't really have a lot of utilities to actually deal with the Fanny itself, right? If you're talking about jungles, maybe Saber is a great hard lockdown. Kaja is pretty great. Arkai, however, is pretty decent, but Arkai has been banned off into this current week, so it's just a little bit unfortunate. And you pretty much need someone to actually have a hard lockdown, and Franco being banned just puts in a spot where I have no choice but to go for the Kufra, and going for a Sylvana is just very risky against a Fanny.
Now we move on to the second phase. With that in mind, Popo and Koopa is going to start off the second phase. Bans from TODAK's side, they're targeting gold laners. Orange Esports also getting rid of the Beatrix, interestingly enough. And now, I mean, since Wanwan is already gone, we're left with only very few marksmen. I don't know. I feel like I have a sneaking suspicion that Orange Esports might just go, hey, you know what, Valence? Let's give you Cho.
Will they do that though? They now ban out the Lunox, so it's starting to become a bit more viable since that is a gold lane Lunox that Orange Esports is known for playing. This also doesn't really limit down on Momo's hero pool because he does have pretty deep pockets. Orange Esports now will have to make a choice. What is the marksman pickup? Do they want to ban something out from Moon? Unlikely, considering that they haven't banned out mages at all. So maybe something like the carry might be a problem?
I don't think carry would be a problem for TODAK. It feels more like TODAK is setting up in a sense where, hey, Valence, can you play something else besides these heroes? Are you okay playing with the Kimi again, which is something that they have lost again in game number 1. Despite the aggression, TODAK, I feel like they're challenging themselves to train even harder to deal with the most unexpected situations. Give Orange Esports their comfort picks and let's see how they adapt, and then we try to counter-react. Game number 1 was exactly that, and I feel like Orange Esports, they should not be pressured to try something else and just go for it again, because eventually if you try again, they will be able to take down TODAK.
I mean, it's a best of 7, so they have more than, like, what, 2 tries? If it doesn't work out in Game 2, then I'm guessing Game 3, they have to start adapting, right? And I think that's a fair argument. Now, TODAK, they have first pick on the red side for this second phase, and this is a tough choice, because, again, if you start thinking about the gold lane, and then Orange Esports is looking for the response, you're going to be losing out. You have to think about the EXP lane. Do they want to get Dyroth? No, instead, they're going to double down on the gold laner here. Melissa going to be the option.
Okay. An interesting choice coming out from TODAK, considering that there aren't actually a lot of viable marksmen left in the pool. Looks like they will rely on the Melissa, and all things considered, it is not a bad choice since it does counter a lot of the melee heroes coming out of Orange Esports. They are leaving 4Maze's hero until the last pick because they're going to be depending on him to be able to create that space for their backline.
I like the Melissa just because it is a way of a solution to actually deal with the Fanny. We saw in game number 1 how TODAK was struggling in terms of overall macro plays, because if Yums is on the other side lane, means that if the other lane, without his protection, the Fanny is going to get a couple of freebies, which we did see Momo suffer at that end. But with this adaptation means it gives Momo a little bit more survivability when Yums is not around, instead of just blindly being killed by a random Fanny coming for wall spams.
Well, I suppose. I guess, I think there are a couple of solutions, yes, and I think Melissa is a great way to protect herself specifically against the Fanny, but what I'm seeing here is something completely different.
Yeah, that is a Kagura gold lane being played by Valence. We know that he likes to play mages in the gold lane when he came out with the Lunox before. This is going to be something completely new, and it could work considering that Melissa tends to punish heroes with shorter range, so the Umbrella will provide him with the poke damage that he requires. Formaze going with the Esmeralda, a little bit risky since it needs time to scale up, but if it does, we know that TODAK loves playing that late game. Orange Esports currently 1 game down, going for a double mage composition. Lots of crowd control, lots of disruption, and solid late game scaling. But if we're talking about late game scaling, well, TODAK, they've got it in droves. That is their entire power spike, their entire win condition. Will they be able to hold out long enough to survive this against Orange Esports?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between Orange Esports as well as TODAK. With Orange Esports' new adaptation, you can see the invades are coming in with Min and Born going for an aggressive lanes cut there, but TODAK was able to block them off. So this is not exactly a decent start that Orange Esports is having, whereas TODAK is able to read them very easily.
Yep, I mean, TODAK, they saw what Orange Esports did yesterday against Suhas. They've done the exact same thing. Every time you see Grok, they're expected to rush level 2. Man, he's taking way too much damage here, and Moon aggressively walking up is not something that you see very often with this Savior. He's willing to expand a bit of mana because he has the impure range, but Gary does get the Lethal Wanderer. Chiku's trying to get on out of here. Oh, the movement from Chiku, but it doesn't matter no more. Cyclone Eye to get him out of there, and it's going to be first blood by Valent. A great flame shot.
Yeah, some really good juking from Chiku, but Orange Esports are not going to give up on that kill. They want to slow this Ling down as much as possible, and they know that they will have the stronger early game, so they have to make use of that timing.
Yeah, this is just typical Orange Esports stuff, and this is brilliant as well, knowing that Valence is aware he can have an earlier power spike compared to a normal marksman, and for him to actually take part in that is actually huge because it is going to give him a little bit more of a lane advantage as he continues to punish Momo. As you can see, Yums is going to be protecting Momo as much as he can. As soon as he hits 4, I'm pretty sure that Yums might be focusing on the other lanes instead.
I don't think so. I think as of right now, until level 4, right, Valence still has a lot of kill pressure on Momo, and he's always going to have that, right? Formace, he's trying to get on out of here as one lands the power of nature cutthroat as well, but the perfect wall spam is coming in from Gary. He's got the mechanics. You've seen his Fanny before. You just feel like you feel so helpless against it.
And that's such a nice combo too, using the Guardian's barrier as another wall to allow Gary to wall spam against the Esmeralda, but now Born going to be targeted with the Tempest Ablaze. Real one manipulation comes out, not going to keep him alive, but will set up for the kill onto Chiku, and guess what? They're right on top of the turtle.
Oh, that was huge coming from Orange Esports. That's exactly what they need. However, Gary, he doesn't have the energy. He's going to get caught on a bouncing ball as he makes a run, but the Dawn Light comes in. Gary waits for the bouncing ball to finish and gets a kill, and on top of it all, survives it all. Formaze just doesn't have the damage to kill him off.
Boy, it's sad to see, but that does mean that the turtle is going to be reset. Chiku now gets his purple buff first. He might start this off, but lane priority doesn't seem to be in his favor since Kufra is going to be playing on the top side. He's probably going to hover knowing that Formace has priority. Take that River Crab, but again, Orange Esports, the rotations should be coming about 10 seconds or so for turtle side.
What is interesting about the emblems these teams have is that Chiku has gone for killing spree instead of the usual Demon Slayer, so he's betting on getting kills here. But the fight has already begun. Formace doing a lot of damage to the backline, but it looks like both teams will decide to back off from this. They don't want to fight right now.
Yeah, this is just very, very difficult for Orange Esports to invade, especially when all of them have their ultimates available. And knowing TODAK, this is going to be the same thing again. They are going to try and buy time with the later stage. Again, Chiku just doesn't have the greatest of time, but looks like they will be able to Langar as they catch Gary with Yums catching him off guard. And this is huge for TODAK because that is going to make so much space in terms of pressure.
Yeah, where were the comms there? I think Gary just wasn't expecting to get attacked by Yums from that particular angle. Born, he's always going to have lane priority. He just pushes way faster here against an Esmeralda. Yums, he's going to get kicked back, and Valence tries to go for the yin-yang overturn to finish him off, and they do find that kill. Momo, so early on into the game, yes, he can harass, but he doesn't have the damage to 2v1.
Yep, a beautiful setup by Min. Valence is already a whole level ahead of Momo, and Orange are coming up to get the kill on the Melissa, but that that means that Chiku will get the turtle for free. Orange Esports have chosen to make this trade.
Yep, Gary can technically come in and fight for Maze right now, unless he doesn't have the purple. Yep, his purple buff has already ran down, 10 more seconds until it comes back. And I think at this stage of the game, right, can we pull up the item list real quick? Because I need to know what Moon's going for. With we've seen a lot of teams pivot towards mystery shops so they can actually rush cooldown boots. Sometimes they even go for magic penetration. I'm seeing that Moon is purchasing a Clock of Destiny at this stage of the game, so he does want to scale.
Yeah, it is something that is going to be as of meta as well. There have been experimentation between whether or not first item Enchanted Talisman or etc. But so far, the best build is going to be the Clock of Destiny. However, here comes a wall spam coming in from Gary. They find a pickup, and that is going to be Moon punted being taken out. So the Clock of Destiny is going to be a little bit late in terms of reaching max stack.
Yep, that's going to be fine though. Moon does play for the later stages of the game. Anyway, Born flickering early so he doesn't take any damage from Formaze. He can't afford to get hit by a falling Star Moon right now. Formaze double checks the rush, and now it's Gary and Mon to punish him.
Yep, Gary jumping in, falling Star Moon on top of Mon. Formaze wants to turn this around, and he is surviving this. Forces out the real world manipulation, and Gary even taunts him to his face for a few moments before finishing him off.
So that is huge of a pick-off coming for Orange Esports. But Chiku now, he's going to get surrounded again. But considering that this is a Fanny, I feel like he is just trying to beat Chiku in this situation. Born is in position to actually go in for the wall shot spam. And this is something that I think Chiku knows as well, but looks like he's going to focus on objectives. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, you can see TODAK just making sure that Momo doesn't get punished, and Gary, he just waits for the right moment, and Chiku just completely outplays him. But style points coming from Chiku, though.
It's looking good. It's looking good. Gary accidentally using one more steel cable than he absolutely should, but Min is mirroring Yums, and I think this is a good idea. They need tabs on the initiator from a TODAK side, because we know for a fact that Formaze, he's not going to get much done here on his side of the map. He just wants to play on this island to scale as quickly as possible, but more importantly, Balance just making sure he is freezing the lane onto Momo's side. He knows he's going to get one shot. Yums is going to get kicked back into Mon. Real world manipulation just popping out to get and zone off the rest.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to get a kill though. The real world manipulation doesn't keep them in long enough, and it doesn't look like Valence decided to follow up on that. So it looks to be fine here as Born constantly getting zoned out. Chiku gets a turtle.
Okay, I'm not entirely sure why Mon flickered over the wall there to get back, but let's see how Gary plays the situation out. He getting overturned, finds Melissa instantaneously. Get away from me was not casted fast enough, and unfortunately, he's going to get hit by the bouncing ball, but that's perfect for Gary because now he has the full stop he needs.
Oh, but it's not going to be over yet. But Chiku, guys, he can try and go in for the challenge against Valence. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map as well, you can see the XP laners are trying to make something work. However, Orange Esports is able to respond, and I'm surprised enough, TODAK is doing pretty decently well despite losing in so much in terms of kills. Economy-wise, they're actually cashing up pretty decent.
All right. Cashing out pretty... I mean... It's slight. It's a very slight lead. We don't see the big lead we're looking for. We're not looking for check just yet. Formaze unfortunately getting hit by a majority of the damage from the real world manipulation, but he still gets to get out for free. Yums, he hops on in to open up the map. He gets hit by the wall charge in mid. He can kick him back into his team. Mon, unfortunately, does have enough damage with the help of a Born. They slow roast him in the mid lane.
Yep, a beautiful setup by Orange Esports. Literally waiting for as long as possible between abilities to constantly keep Yums chain stunned because they know they don't have enough damage to burst him down. Because of that, they're able to get off that free kill. But now Min gonna be walking into a bush with two people, should be able to get out. Still has the Jeet Kune Do.
Yeah, this is something that's so difficult to play. You can see TODAK, they're just playing as defensive as they can. And once they have the items, they're looking to pick a fight. Formaze is going to be here to provide a little bit of assistance. Min is trying to bait things out. He's a little bit too low. And TODAK, they're trying his best to go in for the finish, but Momo is going to get caught out. However, he focuses his attention on Valence and chunks him down in time, and that is huge. Meanwhile, the rest of TODAK are going to be gathering here as they try to pressure the top lane and then potentially set up for the Lord up top.
Yeah, Momo taking Electro Flash instead of Weakness Finder on top of having the Inspire able to sustain through Valence's full burst, including the Flame Shot. A good play by Momo's side, and they might need to consider getting Necklace of Durance here.
Yeah, but now Born and Min are coming up. Formaze using the Falling Star Moon. Now it looks like they're going to use the real world manipulation into the way of the Dragon, but Chiku comes in from the backline, pops the Tempest ablaze with the Dawning Light to finish Mon off, and now Min and Born have to make a hasty retreat. They do fight one with the wall charge. Formaze gonna follow up right behind. 2 kills going over to Orange Esports.
Oh, that was huge coming in from both Orange Esports as well as TODAK. TODAK, they make the attempt a little bit hesitantly up top. They trade the 50-50s, but at the same time, it was a necessary one if they wanted to get some sort of economy, because as soon as Gary showed himself down mid, they immediately made the jump, especially for Chiku, and it was so risky, but it was a necessary trade considering that into the later stage of the game, TODAK is going to scale way, way harder compared to Orange Esports.
Well, so they have to snowball hard, and I mean, Orange Esports, they need to snowball harder than this. There is no gold lead, but based on what we've seen from the items mod, he's already got the Ice Queen's wand on top of getting the glowing wand. So that's going to be a lot of persistent damage, not burst just yet, but he is starting to scale.
Yep, Yoom's gonna use the Tyrant's Rage here to set up for Moon, and Born is dropping real low, forcing him to use the Wild Charge. Dawning Light has already been expended before. Formaze, he's looking for it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Man gonna pop the real world manipulation to keep Gary alive, and he will successfully do so. Min looking for Yooms, not sure if he has the way of the dragon, but there's gonna be no casualties here in the mid lane.
Yep, you can see Valens now getting a little bit more proactive compared to just trying to focus on Momo for this game, just because he knows that, hey, he needs to show himself up. And look at this, here comes Formaze getting based up pretty low, but he just can't seem to follow him out. However, Min will catch on to Yooms on the other side of the map, but Orange Esports, they just don't have the damage to do it. But Valens, oh no, with the Dawning Light, Momo goes in for the swipe with the Inspire, just completely crits his way through. Gary finally shows himself and takes him out. What a big catch.
Oh, and he's able to try and contest Chiku for his own orange buff there. Chiku unfortunately can't do much as he doesn't have his retribution. Gets stolen in front of his eyes when he's the one doing the invading. But now, without retribution, this is going to be the purple buff. Can they steal it? No. Orange Esports have bigger sights. They're taking out Formaze this time. Real world manipulation onto Moon. He's trying to get on out with that ice one and a great Guardian's barrier from Born keeps him in the zone.
Yep, they're still following up though. They now have their eyes set on Yooms as Formaze is gonna delay them for as long as possible. He's chunking out Born pretty low, but won't be able to follow up on that. Right now, both teams are trading pretty evenly.
Yep, and as of yet, I like this interesting fact coming from Orange Esports. They're not afraid to use the wall charge. They're not afraid to use the Jeet Kune Do. Even though they are going to get stunned by the bouncing ball from Yooms, as long as they cancel out the bouncing ball, Gary is going to have free reigns, and that's exactly a good strategy. But for how long can it work? Because now we're heading into the later stage of the game where TODAK eventually will scale pretty hard. As you can see, Formaze is starting to get in a situation where it's almost unkillable. Momo is starting to hit like a truck, and this is kind of worrisome for Orange Esports.
I do agree there. TODAK, they have 4 late game heroes, and Orange are not nearly as far ahead as you would think. Tempest of Blades forces Man to use the flicker. Dawning Light doesn't pick him off. He will be fine, but Formaze finds him in the backline with the falling star. Moon Valens is unable to follow up as the way of the dragon is really unlucky for Min. They're still on top of him though, but Formaze, he doesn't care. He is already unkillable. Look at the shield. Gary gonna get stopped in the bush by Yooms. Can't go for the squishies. He's gonna have to settle for the Kubra. Formaze still dancing around, buying so much time.
Oh, this is going to be the Formaze show coming from TODAK as of yet. This is his moment to shine, but Moon, oh no, he catches Gary, and the Dawning Light catches them, and that is going to be Orange Esports for a late recoil. So much space for TODAK, and Momo is very happy about this because now they are going to try and threaten the middle tower. Oh, Gary responds, I hate you, and goodbye.
Wow, where did he go? Where did Moon go? He is going to need a winter truncheon. Mon recently purchased it, and it's understandable why, but 17-7 is the kill score, and once again, Formaze gets absolutely walked down, and Valens secures that kill. This could translate into a potential fight by Lord's side, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, this is going to be a difficult one here. It's all up to Chiku if he wants to make a space, but seems like he's not going to be focusing onto his Lord as he tries to pressure down for the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Orange Esports, you can see Yooms trying to buy a little bit more time and make a little bit of pressure. He forces the fight. Orange Esports, they're not giving up the Lord yet, but the Dawning Light comes in. Oh my God! Moon! That should not have happened. How? Just how did you do it? But now that's happening. Chiku, he goes for the split push. He tries to pressure the troll, and he needs to make his judgment. And he survives. He gets the kill on the Valens. What an absolute monster. What is this game? TODAK, this should not be possible. impossible. How? Just how?
Blunder. Oh, blunder. That's how Tier 2 ends up falling down. Min's getting hit by Muddles, but now we see Yums getting 2 pushed against the wall, allowing Chico to re-engage. Dawning Lion connects on both. They finish this off with Lord on their side. One mistake was all that they needed. TODAK walked right into the base. GG. Well played.
Just insult added to injury from TODAK. They not only steal the Lord, they not only kill off Gary, but they even pick off free kills as Chiku escapes from split pushing their base. Orange Esports just outclassed in the late game by TODAK's draft and rendered unable to respond.
We need an instant replay,
They give him an inch, they take a mile, and that's 2 games in a row. TODAK doing what we call the impossible here in the grand finals. And well, we talked about Lord Steel's coming from Moon. Moon is telling you, I am the best Xavier in MPL MY history.
Oh my god. To imagine that he pulls it off one more time. I really hope we see in the highlights later on how much the Lord's health was. Get an idea of visual representation, anything. It just didn't seem likely.
Yeah, Gary, he was right on top of the Lord. I don't know how he didn't get that retribution timing, but Moon was perfect. You think, okay, he just got Gary. Surely Gary got the Lord, right? No, he got that too. That's just so terrible. Chiku, he didn't even need to be there. He had so much confidence that Moon could snipe the Lord that he was split pushing the other lane.
All right, let's have a look at the items here one more time. Like, Moon literally only has lightning trunch and
no, it's really weird, right? Considering that, and the moment Moon got the lightning strike, it was like about 10 to 15 seconds before they were focusing a lot. And as soon as he got it, he went for the 50-50 coin toss. And now it makes so much sense why Yums was all by himself there to show pressure. It was all to gather information of the health of the Lord to allow Moon to take advantage of the situation and time that dawning light. That was just insane to watch.
I mean, it's a repeat of history. Moon did the exact same thing the last time with the help of Yums. The same combination doing what they do best. And I just can't believe it. I'm such a loss of words because this was really looking in the favor of Orange Esports. They had more kills. They were building up a gold lead on their side. Their heroes who needed to scale were getting to that point. Valence was in a very comfortable position, and the same goes for Mon, but that just didn't matter. Gary, 10-2-3, could not carry this game.
It's just not enough consistent damage coming out of Orange Esports, and this is why you do still need a marksman nowadays. All of their damage is based around burst. If the Kagura has no cooldowns, if Eve has no cooldowns, there's nothing Orange Esports can do in the late game. MVP of this game, you know it, it's going to be Moon on the Xavier with the excellent Lord Steel to end the game in TODAK's favor.
Yo, 2 times in a row, TODAK makes it happen. Game 1, the Lord Steel, none other by Yums. This time, Moon's gotta say, hey man, how about you get a Lord, I get a Lord, and everyone gets a Lord. And you know what? Let's try to replicate the homeboys trend, my friend.
Yep. I mean, they have been stealing so many things, but I never thought they would steal the Lord again with a dawning light. Well done to Moon. Absolutely well-deserved MVP. And this grand finals is looking pretty spicy here. And I think that really, if it were me on Orange Esports' side, that would definitely shatter my confidence.
Yeah, there's gonna be a really huge hit to the morale here going into the next game. But before we go into the next game, we have these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series to just show you how well Orange Esports were doing in the early game.
I honestly feel that felt like an episode straight out from the scene of One Punch Man. I'm not gonna lie, because he was pretty much one-shotted by Gary in the clip later on, and he flew to the moon, and he came back down, just slammed so hard that Orange Esports just completely dropped the game with that Lord Steel. That was insane to watch. But nevertheless, as you can see, a very similar highlights coming from game number 1, where you can see Orange Esports just getting so much aggression based on the drafts, and they just take advantage of every lane all they can. But as TODAK said, you know what? A good defense is sometimes a great offense, and this is something that we don't usually see from them. But for them to play 2 games in a row means Orange Esports are forcing them to play this kind of playstyle, which is
really, really smart, but adaptation is key if you want to get yourself the second championship title, which, I'm not gonna lie, seeing this performance seems to be possible for TODAK.
I mean, it's looking good for them, of course, but this is a best of 7. There's still plenty of games to go. I think they'll start really sweating during if they end up losing Game 3, and then it's a completely different story. But so far, I mean, okay, here it is. Where is it? We can barely see the health of it, and he gets both in one fell swoop. Yums was not close enough to give that vision. He did it blind.
Yeah, and even Chiku is able to pick up balance on his way out of the base. Orange Esports already 4-man down, have nothing to be able to defend against TODAK. This is literally a one-hit wonder coming out of Moon. And TODAK, I think they're really, really comfortable right now. We already know that as a team, TODAK are strongest in the late game. They're generally quite strong throughout the game, but the late game is where they are most comfortable and can cause the most chaos. They're just drafting for that and delaying these games.
Well, it's all about experience, but guess what? I know you guys are enjoying some crazy stuff here in the Grand Finals. It's only been 2 games. There's going to be more games to come. Be sure to share, but as of yet, we've hit 800 share milestones. Thank you guys so much for sharing. This is going to be the code right below. Redeem it before it's gone. But need I remind you as well, there are still more milestones to achieve because we have the 1,000 share milestone and also the 1,200 share milestones to achieve. So keep on sharing. Tell your friends. This is the Grand Finals and TODAK 2-0, baby.
Yep, trust me, you don't want to miss it. And so far, as we are moving on towards game number 3, we are going to get some things out of the way. Number 1, it's the Pantun a Wish once again with a new winner, and it's going to be Arnik. Oh boy, this is going to be a rough one for the English broadcast. But salam hulur pada kenalan, moga sehat sentiasa berkekalan. McDonald's meal ku bawakan, makan bersama dengan kenalan.
Okay, it's pretty rhymey, okay? It's in BM, right? Okay, let me try that. Salam hulur pada kenalan. Moga sehat sentiasa berkekalan. McDonald mealku bawakan. Makan bersama dengan kenalan.
That's actually not too bad. I'm just terrible at pronouncing most of this stuff. I'm not going to lie, but hey, once again, Arnik, you are going to be the winner of the McDonald's vouchers on top of 10k diamonds. Oh boy, that's a lot of diamonds. And the new Link skin is out, so hey, if you're a Link player, you know what to do with it.
And it's moments like this where I wish I knew how to write poetry because I could use some of those diamonds myself. Lots of new skins are coming out these days, lots of cool stuff, but I don't think anything is cooler than what we've been witnessing here in the Grand Finals. I'm so excited to find out what's going to happen. Will TODAK get that clean sweep? Will we get the Cinderella story once again? Guess we'll find out.
Well, but that being said, we are going to be throwing it over to Sith before we jump over to the game. Sith, take it away.
Alright, thank you Lofel dan juga Arta. Seperti yang anda dapat saksikan, TODAK sekarang ni menang 2 berbalas kosong. Dan bersama-sama dengan saya adalah salah seorang peminat pasukan TODAK yang menyokong pasukan TODAK pada hari ini. Apa khabar saudara?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Berikan tepukan. Alright. Pertama kali, boleh tak perkenalkan diri?
Assalamualaikum semua. Nama saya Muhammad Syafiq. Saya dari Putrajaya.
Kalau tengok daripada pemakaian atas sampai bawah, semua TODAK. Dah boleh jadi ambassador TODAK ni. Alright, soalan pertama saya, apakah perasaan Encik Syafiq melihat pasukan TODAK beraksi dekat Grand Final ni?
Perasaan tu puas, happy sebab 2 game ni dia macam mencabar kan. Tapi TODAK berjaya. Seperti biasa, TODAK King of Comeback.
King of Comeback. Alright, bercakap tentang King of Comeback mungkin Encik Syafiq ada ramalan sendiri. Berapakah keputusan untuk perlawanan Grand Final pada hari ini?
Dah 2 ni tambah 2 lah, 4-0 lah.
Alright, dia kata 4-0. Tadi kita nak saksikan adakah keputusan tersebut berjaya dilaksanakan oleh pasukan TODAK ataupun kemungkinan pasukan Orange mampu untuk mendapatkan satu mata ataupun kemungkinan mereka yang mampu untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Tetapi untuk melihat perkara tersebut, kita akan berhenti rehat sebelum kita melihat apakah kesudahan Grand Final ini. Jadi jumpa anda sebentar saja lagi.
Separuh. Boleh. Pergi kat kiri. Dapat kiri.
Dapat set.
Oh, nice. Lot boleh kat Aero. Kimi kat aku. Lot sebelah tu. Balik. Dia lari dia flicker. Nice.
Lot kat si.
Aku dapat apa? Min dapat. Min. Nice.
Boleh.
Boleh Boleh. Orang all out tu kat aku sumpah.
Mau.
Tak ada flicker.
5 second mau. Aduh mau.
2 second aku jadi.
Aduh.
Mantap. Boleh.
Vanilla si tau.
Teman tu stop.
Jati man.
Duduk Mun. Mantap pun Mun.
Dah balas.
Naik pun Mun.
Mantap bodoh.
Timing. Itu end ke?
Dia dah burst. Kagum tu nampak you. Okay, nice.
Dapat. Tahu ni dulu tahu.
Penny. Mantap lah geng.
Nice lah.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the sweet. Teamwork? Maybe.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a
And welcome back to the show, everybody. This is the MPL MY Season 9's English broadcast of me getting cute. Icy Baby 1-2 as well as Sadafa here for the grand finals. It's currently 2-0. TODAK up against Orange Esports. And a quick shout out to all of our sponsors who made this possible here. The grand finals, the wide angle, the full stage in scale. Thank you so much to our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizers, ESI, for making it all happen.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very exciting day. We've seen a lot of unexpected tournament events, especially the first two games. But for TODAK to take a 2-0, and also known as the comeback king, coming in from the audience apparently.
Yeah, they've already had 2 comebacks. Of course, their lineups are more leading towards the late game, but we can call them comebacks for the sake of it here. Of course, we've already had lots of excitement, but what's even more exciting is that you guys are enjoying the show from home. We've already hit our 1,000 share milestone.
I mean, it's only been 2 games, and here you guys are getting rewarded. You've hit the 2nd tier, 1 more to go, 200 more shares, and it's going to be another milestone achieved. Nobody wants to miss this game here, and game 3 is going to be very important, especially for Orange Esports, if they want to start crawling back into the game.
Oh, it's just so unfortunate coming from Orange Esports, right? They had so much control coming from game 1 as well as game 2. It looked so well, but it only cost them 1 mistake, and even the mistake, it wasn't really like an insignificant, very obvious mistake. It was just TODAK just playing out of their minds, and it's insane to see that game. So hopefully they were able to get that morale, because as of yet, if they're feeling a little bit down, you know what? Why don't you guys get yourself a McDelivery order right now with a minimum spending of 50 ringgit? Get yourself a checkout code with MPL Rewards, and you can get yourself free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets, and hopefully that will give you the happy meal that you've been looking forward to.
Hey, don't forget about the exclusive MLBB skin, just in case you guys are feeling as down. Oh boy, I don't know. Personally, I think it's just the morale has to be shooketh, as some of them and the kids like to say these days. It's not easy to come back from this, especially since both times you had that lead, you had that early game in the bag, you're transitioning, and mid-transition, 1 singular mistake costs you everything.
I did manage to catch a glimpse with the management side from Orange as well. They were telling me that the Born is feeling himself a little bit down from it, and I hope it doesn't affect him too much, because honestly, it wasn't even his fault if you think about it. It was just 1 small play, and TODAK was able to find it and just completely close up the game before anything they could have done.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where TODAK just had too many solutions. Their experience really coming through. And we have to remember, a lot of the players on the side of Orange Esports are very young. A lot of them do lack a little bit of experience on the stage. And to be able to get that mental fortitude to refocus after this is going to be quite the challenge.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's especially hard for Gary because he was hard carrying this entire game, early game, and 10 kills in his name. And unfortunately, when it mattered the most, couldn't get the retribution done and ends up dying to the dawning light due to Moon's just perfect timing, apparently, from the mic check.
Yeah, it's just insane, right? Like I don't think he was expecting he was gonna get it as well. It was just like a coin flip, and he just, oh wait, I asked for hits and I got hit. So yeah, it seems like this is just an unfortunate turn for events for Orange Esports, and obviously morale comes into the factor as well. How do you bounce back from a 2-0 game, which they had full control of until 1 slip up and just cost them the game?
It's timing. I think a lot of it has to do with timing and conditions, because I think Orange Esports, whether they risk it or not, it's just an unlikely event to happen. They knew for a fact that Chiku on Link was split pushing down on the bot side. And yes, did they get an inhibitor? Of course they did. They could have sent 1 person back much earlier on, but that's fine. With so much pressure that TODAK is applying at the Lord side, it's better to secure this main objective and then look to retreat and then get an inhibitor of yourself with the Lord push. That's the problem, though. They didn't get to that moment. They lost everything in one fell swoop. And I think for Orange Esports, they just need to keep playing the same game, but really polish up on the fundamentals.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of polishing always goes a long way. And if you guys want to polish up your own gameplay, our official smartphone Samsung is right here to provide that for you guys. Make sure you guys check out the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. And of course, scan this QR code at the bottom of the screen. Use the promo code MLBB VIP if you're planning to purchase this brand new device, and you guys will get some awesome free gifts on top of your purchase.
Look, on top of everything else that we've been talking about here, I want your thoughts, Nafa, on Orange Esports. What is the next step for them here?
This is going to be quite difficult because so far in the first 2 games, they've already been able to draft a lot of their comfort picks, and it still hasn't been enough. Orange Esports, they really do need a one-fits-all solution. They need a perfect lineup. They need solid amounts of early game aggression, solid amounts of defensive utility, crowd control, and late game scaling. And even though their lineups look solid, I think TODAK has definitely been manipulating a bit. So hopefully, as the draft has now begun, they will be able to do so.
Well, now it comes towards this 3rd game here, and so far TODAK, they've won 2 games, and I feel like, based on, like you said as well, Orange Esports, I feel like they can still bring in the Fanny, but if they first phase ban the Kufa right here, now it is great, but it just pretty much shows a big indicator that TODAK says, hey, you want to play the Fanny? We're not going to give it to you.
I think TODAK can let it slide, right? Are they going to let it slide? I'm not 100% sure.
It's coming.
Yeah, Orange Esports, they're like, no Kufra this time. We're going to stop it. Bad Yums. No more of that. No big plays for you no longer. TODAK, on the other hand, do they respect this, though? Are they going to respect it by banning out the Fanny this time, or just let their hands off the wheel? We don't mind. You can take it. We have something else in the bag.
Yeah, I like this discussion that Chico is having as well. That, hey, do you think it's okay if I just let it through? Do you want to ban it? But I feel like knowing TODAK, they will have the tendency to say, you know what? We had a very, very difficult game. Let's challenge ourselves in a situation where we can actually play even if there is a Fanny, and that's something I'm really looking forward to, even though it's pretty much like saying that I'm going to put a handicap on TODAK, but it's something that I think they are going to try, because right now they're just 2 games ahead and they can't afford to actually drop a game or 2.
Actually, I beg to defer. I bet Chiku is looking over at his analyst is like, hey, I can play Fanny now. Guys, trust me. Fanny is good. I can play Fanny. Don't worry, believe me.
I'm going to go on the opposite end of the spectrum here. I'm pretty sure TODAK don't care about the Fanny at all. I don't think they think the hero is that particularly good. They're fine with letting it through. And even if they get the chance to pick it up, it's not going to Chiku, it's going to Yums.
Agreed. I perfectly agree. We've seen tank Fanny coming from TODAK during a regular season. It's something that they're not afraid of. So I feel like they have solutions to it. And you can see Orange Esports is just so obvious. They're just setting up for potentially a first phase pick 1-1, Xavier, or even the Fanny. And Nix looks like TODAK, they just don't want to deal with a 1-1. So it is going to be between the Xavier as well as the Fanny itself. But Grop is a good shout, but considering that Born has been struggling in his 2nd game, I don't think they would go for it. Maybe even save enough.
Okay, first of all, I don't think he was struggling in the 2nd game. I think he was struggling in the 1st game more likely compared to the 2nd after a couple of invade fails there, which costed him a little bit of laning pressure, but he still was able to come back, and I think that's fine. That's totally okay. And I think the Grok pick here might not be good. Now that Ling is open, they want... Wow, okay. So if we're talking about comfort picks like you mentioned, Staffar, right? Fanny is a comfort pick for Gary. Ling, they're reverting to it. Why?
Okay, Ling is obviously a very meta pick here. Both teams do prioritize this. We already saw how effective Chiku is in that this assassin is able to scale up into the late game to deal a lot of consistent DPS. Why do Orange Esports go for the Ling here instead of the safer Grok? They want to deny it away from TODAK, and they want to give themselves some late game insurance. We already saw that Gary can come back from a deficit with this hero. It's just a safe pick for them.
Okay, I see this where this is going, but that's the thing, right? The moment you show your Link on towards Orange Esports side, TODAK, they have the options like, you know what? I'm pretty sure we are not going to see Gary's Fanny anymore because that just contradicts the draft of having Link. On top of that, they have the option, like you said as well, Staffar, can I pick the Fanny for Yums? You know what? If I'm feeling like it, sure, why not? If not, I'm just going to play something traditional, and this is basically the draft swung into his TODAK's favor with this opening pick.
Yeah, with Xavier and as well as Cho, they still have the option to actually flex out the Cho and maybe throw Yums onto the Fanny once again if they really feel like it. We don't know if TODAK is in the mood. It's hard to read them, but Orange Esports need to finish off their first 3 picks here. With Ling already secured, they see Xavier as well as Cho. Do you think Franco is going to be the next best option for Orange Esports?
Franco is possible, but I personally don't quite like it. I actually thought that Orange Esports might lean more towards the Angela to hypercharge the Ling, but they're going for a safer pickup. They have the Beatrix, something Valence is very comfortable with. The Kadita and TODAK go back to basics.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Franco pickup, considering that Orange Esports hasn't had a good game from Franco, especially from Min since the regular season, I don't think they will pick it here. But I agree with the Angela pickup. I feel like the Angela pickup for Orange Esports, especially right now with the Ling, is amazing. But that just means that they are going to be banging on this Ling, dictating the tempo. Whereas TODAK, however, once again, they are in a situation where they can't exactly deal with this Ling if Moon gets dived on, unless Yums, like I said as well, is going to be the savior for the team.
Interesting. I think this is really interesting. Orange Esports, they opted to go for Kadita and showing it when you know that the Xavier is on the enemy team. Half the time you're not going to be really interacting with each other, especially in the early phases of the game. But when level 4 comes around, Min can basically one-shot Moon if he walks up too far, especially if he has Petrify. Now, Orange Esports, they banned out the Roger. TODAK instantly got rid of the glue. I don't know if they're also going to get rid of like Esmeralda or maybe even Uranus. We might... I think they could go and ban out Yuzong. Yep, there we go.
Okay, so they're banning out the Yuzong here. This leads me to believe that TODAK might be setting up for Chiku's Lunox jungle here. I am seeing the trend for that. It would work out well against the Ling, considering that Brilliance would allow him to escape it, scales up in terms of damage quite equally. Either they're going for that or they're setting up for a tank jungle situation, but I'm leaning more towards the former.
I agree with you with the Lunox. I think Momo wants to play Mia. Just an odd feeling that he wants to play Mia, and he's probably going to get it at the very last pick.
You know what's really interesting? I'm really surprised they have not played a single game of Belleric. And best part about it is, well, I think this morning, I just saw an advanced server patch where they are going to be nerfing the Belleric, which arguably is pretty strong, especially with the rework on the blade armor. So I'm really surprised that no one is playing Belleric at all.
Well, I guess, especially for Momo, I can understand why he doesn't want to play Belleric. It's like, dude, I played it for an entire season, and now I get to play Marksmith. Nah, screw this.
Yums, play Belleric.
Yums, you can play it. I don't want to touch this. I don't want to touch another tank.
Personally, looking right now, though, TODAK, they're still lacking their marksman, they're still lacking their jungle. Honestly, if Momo wants to go for Melissa again, it is not a bad shout-out because it does disrupt the Tempest, the blades coming out of the coming out of Link quite heavily, but they're gonna go for the Brody instead.
Oh, that's really safe here, but okay, I think that's generally all right, and more importantly, so getting rid of the Yuzong does show that, yeah, I wanted to play a little bit of a more immobile mage. I will eventually want to greed out and go for full damage build rather than having to, like, I don't know, second item Brute Force Breastplate, or maybe first item Hunter Strike into Brute Force Breastplate. It's really unfun. Go for the fun stuff. Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar.
Yeah, but as of now, I'm a little bit more curious on what TODAK is going to be playing, right? If you think about it, Chiku, he does have the tendency to play more of a playmaker-style jungle rather than the traditional tank jungle, which everyone kind of strayed away, which is kind of surprising ever since the recent nerf. And honestly, it's not even that hard of a nerf onto the Skyguard and Helmet, so it's weird, but at the same time, it's understandable, right? Considering that they kind of still play it differently, but... Okay, this is something I did not expect. No, the Diggy pickup coming from Orange Esports just to deal with the Yum setup. All right.
With no frontline setup, this is a pretty good time. Well, actually, the Diggy is a little interesting because it does tell TODAK, and especially for Chico, that, hey, even if you want to play a tank jungler of any sort, right? Ideally, he would like to play a Kai. We've seen it before, but a Kai has been recently reworked and can't be touched for the next 2 weeks. That sucks. That's fine. But things like Hylos, things like Baxia won't be able to get their stuns and lockdowns early on into the game, which is a bit disruptive. And I think he might just revert to going back to an assassin.
I think Esmeralda jungle is not bad in this situation, if you think about it.
What?
We only saw that once and it didn't work.
That's the thing. We haven't seen it since Season 3. And like you said as well, of course, when Suaz played it, it didn't work. But Chiku, all right, he's going to go for the boxer instead of that. All right.
Yeah, I mean, faster rotations, I do think it's a little bit undermined by Orange Esports because of this Diggy pick, but overall, I don't mind it because TODAK still needs a frontliner. Like most of their players on their side, and especially for Yums, who's going to be building full tank, are very susceptible. Brody and Xavier especially.
Yeah, absolutely. So having a frontliner here works out for them. I still do think TODAK wanted to go for the Lunox jungle, but when they saw the Diggy, they knew, well, Lunox is a bit too squishy to deal with the auto alarm bombs. So let's go for the safer option. The Baxia tank jungle will be a solid frontline for the squishier heroes. In the backline, we are now in game number 3. Orange Esports 2 games down. This will be an important one for them. They have a very squishy lineup, but lots of DPS output. TODAK better watch out for these assassins, but they've got a solid front line themselves. Chiku on the tank jungle will be buying a lot of space for Moon and Momo. We will see whether or not TODAK furthers their lead and solidifies their position as they challenge to become the first 2-time champion.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how it goes because this is going to be game 3 with TODAK on the red side and Orange Esports on the blue side. This time TODAK, they will be the ones to be on the aggression as they have been repressed for 2 games in a row. So the roles are reversed and Yums getting a lot of hits onto his Min, and that is actually gonna make a little bit more space because knowing that Chiku, he might be considering to actually go in for the invade later on as well.
Yums, he's just gonna be threatening this, forcing Gary to use the retribution, and yes, you will get that out of him. And since Chiku was not invaded, he's going to be doing vertical jungling down here with the help from Formaze.
Yeah, but you can see that Manus already kind of read this as well to help out Born. Gary, unfortunately, was put down to 1 HP. He's going to get on out of there. No Little Wanderer for him. Min forced to flicker out, but ends up dying to the Infinite Expansion. Nice catch coming in from Moon. First blood in TODAK's hands.
Already not a good start going over the Orange Esports. Getting picked off at that point is not ideal, especially since Min used his flicker as well to try and get out. Really good positioning from Moon to be able to pick up on that mistake.
Yep, and as of yet, Orange Esports, they're just going to make sure that Valence wins his lane because eventually shutting down Momo has been a good idea for 2 games in a row. And this time, it all comes down to Valence setting up the plays. We've seen Valence perform really, really well in 2 games in a row. And this time, giving him the marksman is going to accelerate that way. And considering that TODAK now doesn't have the traditional back end, I would say backline cutting assassin playstyle, Chico's going to have a very difficult time at diving him.
Speaking of diving, I mean, Gary, he's deep in the thick of it. Yums flickers forward with the 3rd hit of G Kundo, forcing the level 4. It's going to be Gary making it out of there, stealing away the orange buff just in time. Well, not really stealing it, but at the very least, Moon was able to get it for himself, denying it from Orange Esports.
That was a really good play from Manto. Getting the 3-man Petrify basically saved Gary's life. If he didn't land that, the Ling would have died and stealing the buff would not have mattered. But TODAK, they're going to turn that around, play on the opposite side of the map and secure the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, that was so close. I thought he was going to die then and there. And, you know, just so happened a creep died and he just got his level 4. It was just like, oh, okay. That should not have happened. However, top side, Moon down to his last HP. Orange Esports might be punished for this as the, oh my goodness, the Dawning Light just chipping Mon enough of damage to actually get the kill. And that's going to be the 2nd kill in the hands of TODAK. Meanwhile, Born is going to get soloed by Formaze. And I don't think he has survived this. He tries to bait it out with the flicker, but Formaze is going to back out. So that is a good trade. Oh no, Chico.
Oh, no.
The disrespect. That's why you don't really want to trade against Formaze at this stage of the game. You want to bait him into trades. You want to prolong it as much as possible, minimize those auto attacks so he gets punished. Yums, he finds the kick onto mid, but he's already got the time journey. Even if Nibiru's passion comes on out, but the shield from the time journey keeps him alive. Valence, even when Nibiru's passion cannot finish this off, Gary doing the exact same thing that Chiku did on bot side. However, it is going to be the corrosive strike that gets 1, and the 2nd one falls down to Gary 2. That is going to be a +1 extra bonus.
Oh, that was huge of a pick-off right there, and because that was so close in terms of a coin flip. TODAK not really too happy about this. Chico a little bit late in terms of rotation, but looks like he's going to try and salvage the situation. Mon, however, going to get caught out. Chico slowly runs him down, and that is going to be his price. However, he will manage to stop Chico in his tracks, so that is a overall big win for now for Orange Esports.
And Orange Esports intentionally did not back up Mon there because they knew that he still had the Ocean Oddity and would be able to get out by himself. He was just delaying Chiku for as long as possible so that Valence could chunk out the gold shield, and he has actually managed to take out all of it, so that is a trade Orange are willing to make.
Right, I mean, it works out for them. I really thought they were being unnecessarily greedy for the side of Orange Esports. They could have been risking a lot there. Eternal was about to be spawning soon anyways, but notice down on bot side, Formace, he's on his way up there. He's got priority. He's immediately going to heal back up to the second bar and start making his way for this turtle fight.
Yep, and as of yet, he's going to try and open up a couple map Formace. He's going to get caught out. He's dropping a little bit too low. He does have the sustains for it. At the same time, the dawning light coming in from Moon to help him going for the setup. They punish Born, and that is huge. Momo, however, going to get dived out. Nice flicker side stack coming his way through. He's going to buy a little bit more time, but he might turn the tide because Gary is going to get caught out. And he catches the way of the dragon mid-air. He takes him out, and Gary is out of the picture as Orange Esports are crumbling and looks like they want more. Yums might be sacrificing his life, but he survives.
Yums had some great timing.
Oh, the bombs.
Bomb almost finishes him off there. Very close. Way too close for comfort, but most importantly, I mean, his mechanics are on point. He's so alert. He got the kick mid-air while Gary was trying to use his Finch poise to exit that fight, and unfortunately, he gets kicked. And then, immediately afterwards, he makes sure to time his flicker so that when Mon's animation finished for the rough waves, he doesn't take the damage.
Yeah, TODAK are playing at a really high level right now, and they even have strong macro control over the map. We saw earlier that Chiku even used the Retribution to steal a top gold crab away from Valence, while Formace farms the jungle down bottom. That has allowed them to amass a pretty notable net worth lead. And Orange Esports, this is not good for them. They want to be the ones scaling up.
Yep. Now they want to get on top of Chiku, guys. He's going to get knocked out by the Breath of the Ocean, gets sniped down by Valence. Dawning like to maybe try to get a difference in the matchup, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be the time journey, making sure nobody will die.
Yeah, this is huge coming from Orange Esports. Like, they're able to punish Chico's aggression time and time again. Just puts him in a spot where they can get so much more objectives. And I like this greedy play coming from Morton. He's going to try to stay with the purple buff away. Meanwhile, Gary is getting threatened by Yums. That is not really that much of a deal. But Formace stealing the purple buff away means that Chiku is not going to have it in the next team fight.
It's worth it, but at the very least for TODAK, the consolation prize is that it's on one of its members. And now Formace, there's nothing much he can really do. Yes, he does win this 1v1 against Paquito, mainly because he's already gotten one kill compared to Born, who's died twice. But now they're going to straight for that backline here. Gary must make a decision. He gets caught by the gates, and unfortunately, it means he is going to get locked down by Yums. They find one and retaliate instantaneously. Momo is doing the damage.
Beautiful gameplay from TODAK. They're perfectly communicating and coordinating their attempts and using CC to just lock down Orange. Yums choosing not to back off even though his recall was almost finished and setting things up. Now they're on top of Born. He's in a 2v1 situation. Formace can tank this tower forever, and that's going to be not one, but 2 tier 1s going to TODAK. Oh, that was huge. But as of yet, considering that Orange Esports is just fumbling their way through, it's so difficult to play as 5, considering that TODAK has been outplaying them in the most unexpected reasons. And now, as of yet, Formace is getting out of control. Considering the amount of space he's gotten, this is a Masha that is unkillable at this stage. Again, they need to figure a way to shut him down, but at the same time, it is going to cost them a lot when they focus on this Masha, if they go for it.
I think it will cost too much here, but Gary, unfortunately, getting attacked on the top side for River Crab, and I think TODAK understand, yeah, we're playing for Momo now. There's really nothing much we can do about these overall team fights, and they're starting to clump. We have to be careful, and we need to bait out resources, and that's what Moon is trying to do with every pick that he gets with his gates.
Yeah, but you can see exactly how TODAK are varying their gameplay. We saw in the previous 2 games, they had weaker early game compositions. Now that they have the stronger early game composition, they are playing a completely different style, making it difficult for Orange to adapt. And now Gary going to be another victim.
Yep, Man with the Ocean Oddity checks the bush. He gets locked down, but it doesn't matter here. All of this is just to maintain pressure over the lanes. The side lanes are doing a great job, and Chiku is going 50-50 against Gary.
Oh!
And they find another pick off. Moon, so attentive.
Oh, that was a big setup as well. The positioning plays coming from TODAK, baiting that out. That was just brilliant. Meanwhile, Born now, he's going to get focused down as TODAK. They want to
bully him out of the lane, but at the same time, this is a little bit too deep considering that Orange Esports may be in the vicinity to provide assistance, and it looks like they are rotating their way through. So TODAK, they are going to back out, and middle control is going to be the way to go. Chico, guys, catches on the mid. He's trying to bait out time journey. They get it out, but Yums will have to pay the price. While the middle tower there, that is down to last out, but the torn apart memories is just going to be enough for Momo to take him out. While that is happening, Gary is going to continue with the fight as he continues to wrap around towards TODAK's head. Moon completely ignored by Gary as they focus onto his Chiku. Eventually, Board is going to have enough damage to take him down, but here he comes back, turns the tide. Formaze is here. He's going to salvage the situation, but he's all by himself. Formaze has the sustains. He's just so hard to kill, and Orange Esports just can't seem to shut him down. But Born is going to go in for the coin flip, but Formaze having the sustains just a little bit too risky to go in for the fight.
Woo! Some scary stuff, but now it's going to be Yums. He gets the kick on towards Born's side, but Valence is back in the fight. He's going to try and get these snipes onto Yums' side, but the damage is just not there. He is not connecting these shots. Both Momo and Valence are doing a phenomenal job at just dishing out the damage for the team, but at the end of the day, it's all about positioning, am I right?
Yeah, all things considered though, I think Orange Esports didn't actually do a bad trade there. They were actually able to trade pretty evenly, and considering they are behind, that is always going to be beneficial for them. It's just unfortunate that Formaze, he is literally a raid boss now. The 3 health bars on the Masha proving to be a problem for Orange since they don't have enough consistent DPS without Valence or Gary. So TODAK are going to be primarily focusing down these squishy backliners, and Orange don't have a lot of ways to deal with it.
Yep, and now Chiku once again wants to deny this purple buff side on towards Ling, but they find Mon with the kick, forcing out the timer journey early on. Gary is jumping right into the middle of this fight, trying to look for Moon's side. He's already in his treasure, but a double kill from Valence. The man does not miss. Still, Formaze now looking for that back line. He wants Valence. The time reversal is there to pull him into safety. They need to push back, keep up with the peel. Yums, unfortunately, is going to be the next to fall unless Born cannot connect onto him. Chiku continuing to body block.
Oh, that was so scary because as of yet, Orange Esports, they've got the right idea. They should pick a fight when Formaze isn't around, and because of that, they're able to get a couple kills. However, Formaze is a red boss that is too difficult, and he's going to try and challenge Born. As of yet, looks like Formaze will try and bake this out. The Dawning comes in, doesn't connect onto his Born. But TODAK, they will get a little bit more room to breathe. But Chico, he's going to try himself, but where's his teammate? He's all by himself. He's going to get pulled back. He might actually die. And no, not enough damage. The choice for Swords helps him.
Oh, where's Gary? Does he want to go for this? Nope, they back off. All right, I'm interested to see the item list so far. Valence is doing a good amount of damage. I'm guessing he has like a Malefic Roar or something. Yep, he's already got the Malefic Roar. Rough Wave's already used by Mun so far. As we can see, Gary's at 3 items. Born, yes, he does actually have the Bloodlust Axe.
And we can see that both Valence and Gary are actually matching Momo and Chiku's farm perfectly. So Orange Esports aren't actually that far behind. And TODAK, they do still have to be wary here. The laking damage from Orange is starting to come online, so they can't allow themselves to funnel into the caught.
Valence is going to get caught out. Time to keep him alive, but Yums will get shut down. So this is huge for Orange Esports because now the coin flip is coming in. The Lord is going to be very, very low. They need Gary to come in, but he's a little bit too late. So Chico's going to get the kill. However, Gary, he says he wants to get bodies instead. Tempest Blazer comes in, but he gets baited into the Moon setup stun and gets obliterated to smithereens. The perfect dawning line, and it's not over yet. Formaze just taunting mid, knowing he's got the damage and chipping him away. Born left all by himself. He doesn't even matter. He's gonna get kited around. Formaze going for the bait. He gets his HP right in front of it and continues to challenge Born.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. Telegraph there by Moon. Pops his sprint early on and drops the gate right on top of the Bladed Tempest. As soon as he touches down, he's gonna get locked. Well done coming in from TODAK, making sure that they can telegraph the fight.
Yeah, they're just taking advantage of Orange Esports' over-aggression now, and the Luminous Lord gonna be pushing down top. A nice snipe from Valence is gonna drop Moon low, but it's not gonna be enough to stop him. Yums already buying a lot of time for his team. Dawning Light doing a lot of damage as Yums gonna get picked off early. Gary's on top of Moon, finds it with the Tempest of Blades for his double kill. Going over to the lane, Orange Esports clears up the Lord.
Yep, they have to clear up the rest of these lanes. Formaze, he's got 2 health bars. He's not at full HP, and now backs away knowing that he won't won't be able to get out as soon as Born and Min start showing up.
Yeah, this is a good decision. However, great response coming from Orange Esports with that play. As long as Gary is able to get on top of Moon, Moon doesn't stand a chance to survive. As long as Moon doesn't pop up his skills, Gary's gonna be A-okay. 5 out of 5 times that Gary has died so far is because of the setups coming from Moon as well as you. So this is just very, very difficult. So I like the approach in terms of strategy change from Orange Esports, but is it gonna be enough for them to come back though?
That's a tough call. I think that there is a possibility of the comeback. We've seen Orange Esports do it before against Suhas in their game number 3 of that best of 5. Just keep an eye out for that gold deficit. Right now, Chiku is going to get shot down by Valence slowly, but notice that the Toys Poison is really making a difference here. Valence forcing a flicker forward to close the distance. Formation he wants Valence. He already drops it, and the Dawning Light finishes him off. Born and Min do not have enough damage to take him down by himself.
Oh, but he's getting pulled back to the reverse time. Moon is here to provide him a hand, and he gets the stun. Gonna block them off from chasing Formaze. He will be absolutely fine. And while all of this is happening, Momo is shoving up the top lane by himself, even pressuring both Man and Gary. While TODAK, they are still ahead. Orange Esports, though, are still successfully repelling a little bit of this pressure.
The fallback plan coming in from Orange Esports is going to be relying on Valence carrying the game. But unfortunately enough, he is taking a little bit too much damage trying to trade and kill off Chiku. Guys, he's pretty much a damage dealer, but he needs to find a way to offset the reflect coming in from the blade armor. And it makes a lot of sense why Haas Claw is such a valuable item right now in the later stage of the game to counter negate that, and he just purchased it from Valence, and that is the most crucial item he needs right now if he wants to stand a chance. But it looks like the Lord Float Coin Fleet is going to come on his way.
Yep, going to take this fight instantly. The gates are open and Formace is running for Valence. One gets one shot by the Dawning Light, and this is where Gary runs on top of Moon. The gates are open again. Gary this time playing it differently, but Yooms catches him off with the kick. However, look at that front line. There's nothing much he can do about it as Gary runs around. Momo is looking for an inhibitor with the help of Formace in the middle of their base.
Oh, they're gonna be pushing it forward. Formace already tanking the tower, takes it away along with the help of Momo. Gary still attempting to run away from Yooms, who wants to stop him from recalling for as long as possible. They managed. Hold on.
No!
He's just stopping his recall.
He's dead. I think he's dead. I think he's dead. Momo is here, but nope. Actually, he's going to be survived. Born saving the day, but Formace is going to make the dive. But looks like TODAK is going to turn the tides as they focus on Man. They shut him down. That's going to be Orange Esports crumbling as they are running for their lives, panicking as much as they can. Born trying to make things work, but instead he gets offset. The time journey comes in. They take off Yooms. Immortality has been involved. Valence is going to be dead down, but at the same time, Gary is going to be focusing on Momo, but he won't die. Momo still survives with the Brody. He keeps things alive, turns the tide, and Orange Esports, they are losing their fight. Chiku now going to man up and say hello to Valence, and you can see immediately scaring Valence off for his life as they need to focus on defending the Lord. Chiku going for the fight, but the Toys Persona hurts a little bit too much, and the perfect Dawning Light from Moon will take him out. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be it. TODAK getting a perfect 3-0 just like that. But wait a minute. Yes, it is going to be over. 3-0 in the grand finals.
One more game for Maces. He lifts his finger. They know that they've got what it takes. This savior for Moon looking real nasty.
We saw last season how TODAK ended up getting clean swept in the grand finals, and now they have a bone to pick. They are going to be looking to do the exact same thing themselves, and only one step separates them from the first ever two-time champion title.
Ooh, what a game to watch, because there are just so many things happening over and over again. And TODAK, once again, they are the masters of finding solutions. Plan A doesn't work out as Plan B, C, D. They execute it like a robot. And it's insane because they keep hitting you with so many things that it's so hard to react in time. And when you... how do I put it this way? Orange Esports made a couple of mistakes, but the mistakes wasn't exactly too much of a deal, because if you think about it, the only thing they lost was reacting in time. And the amount of punches that TODAK is just pushing in terms of strategy is so much, and it's hard to plan on the fly for Orange Esports.
Well, that's about all we can really say about it. It's about downtime once again. How much are you thinking ahead? And once the game starts dragging out, how long can you keep that up? I feel like as of right now, we're seeing that's where the experience is coming in for TODAK specifically, right? Orange Esports, yes, they know how to minimize the downtime, but I don't think they can keep it up for very long periods. Once we start hitting, I don't know, the 11th, the 12th minute into the game, that's when you see that it's starting to get a bit sloppy.
Yeah, I have to admit that right now, the biggest damage that TODAK is doing to Orange is not winning these games. It is the mental toll that they are now taking. You could tell they were getting sloppy. They were getting desperate during those last few moments of the games to just get some kills, just to try and turn the fight around. But now that they have lost the third game in a row, I honestly don't know if they will be able to fight back in the fourth.
It all comes down to finding mistakes and punishing TODAK, right? Because if you think about it, based on the drafts, the layering of thinking coming from Orange Esports is quite detailed, but not as much as how quickly TODAK is able to respond. So you can see itemizations was so on point coming from both sides. Like, the moment Chiku comes in, he knows he's been dying a lot, and he knows that the moment Valence is going to come over line, he brings in a Blade Armor, threatens Valence all the way through, and when Valence responds with Haas Claw, it's a little bit too late because Haas Claw deals with Baxia, but Moon can completely just one-shot him.
I mean, that's not all. Formaze, if you thought that the Dawning Light was not enough to take him out, Formaze opted to go for 2 Sky Guardians helms.
No.
Yep, 2. No wonder the team cannot break through him. He's literally got 2 Guardian helmets. Even Chiku himself has a Guardian helmet. They do have dominance ices on the side of Orange Esports, but they were already behind at that point, and they don't really have sufficient damage, especially magic damage, since all of that is depending on Man, on this Kadita, and obviously it is a very burst-based mage hero. They don't have enough magic damage to deal with these tanky frontliners from TODAK.
Yeah, I perfectly agree. This was a scenario where the carry will be really, really perfect, but if you're a carry, you have to deal with the Yumes. However, let's take a look at who the MVP is here. It seems like it is going to be Formaze coming from game number 3 in TODAK with a 4-1-8 performance, a monstrous Masha performance, double Sky Guardians helmet, just tanking through all the bursts coming in from Orange Esports and buying enough time for the team. And this is just a formidable game, amazing overall team composition coming from TODAK.
You know, honestly, I do think that this is kind of changing my opinion. With this build, double Sky Guardian's helmet might just be the solution for Masha plays instead of going for War Axe or even considering getting a Windtalker.
Yeah, if you don't deal enough damage, why not just out-survive all the enemies' damage and take them out while they're on cooldown? Formaze was just an absolute monster in this game. If the other members of TODAK were semi-bosses, this was the final boss. This was the big bad at the end of the journey, and unfortunately, Orange Esports were just never able to break through. After that one single death from Formaze in the earlier stages, he never fell again.
Yep, and of course, in case you missed out in game number 3 here in the Grand Finals, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. As you can see, the game itself, TODAK just played a very, very rough game in early stage of the game. Orange Esports was able to keep up with the same sort of aggression, but TODAK was able to match that aggression from game 1 and game 2, even though TODAK was struggling. And seems like they're learning from each other's gameplay, and TODAK is a team where they are very, very open to learning and trying out things, and for them to actually learn from Orange Esports from after 2 games is just insane on how quickly they were able to adapt.
Problem here for Orange Esports to deal with is that TODAK, every single player on this team is ridiculous. The amount of mechanical gameplay we're seeing, not just from Formaze, but from Yumes, from Moon, from Momo. Their positioning is always perfect. They know how to be aggressive. They know that, okay, if I'm getting picked off, what can I do to help out my team before I die? There is so much mental fortitude on TODAK, so much experience to deal with this, that even with Orange Esports' dying throws, their desperate last breaths, TODAK, they were just having a fun casual walk in the park.
Yeah, I definitely agree in this situation. So you can see like Gary's job coming from Orange Esports has been setting his targets onto his Moon, and then as soon as Moon dies, the fight immediately swings into his Orange Esports' favor. But when the game drags on by,
as long as Moon survives, it's going to be very difficult for them to close out the game. We know Xavier being one of the strongest late game mages in the current meta for a particular reason. You saw how multiple times when the dawning light hits multiple heroes, and pretty sure like 80% of the fight is just taken out of the picture.
Well, I wouldn't say 85% of the time, especially if you are a squishy. That's 50% of your health almost guaranteed to be gone if you don't have an Athena shield to try to maybe protect yourself. With that being said, you guys here at the English broadcast, thank you so much for contributing to our final milestone so early on into the day. 1,200 miles has been hit. Thanks to y'all. Once again, McDelivery is going to be giving you guys a code, and down at the bottom, redeem it while you still can.
Yep, and on top of it all, a couple of you guys might stand a chance to potentially walk away with the 899 worth of diamond skin in this code itself.
Honestly, I'm just glad the fact that people have gotten to this tier 3 so that the lucky draw winners at the end of the day could be maybe announced. I don't know. We'll just keep it on for that. But with that being said, it's time for another Pantuna Wish.
Yep, we got to make a wish right here, and it looks like we got another winner here. Monkey Business is going to be getting 10,000 diamonds and a McDonald's voucher, and it looks like he's got a poem here. Would you guys like to do the honors?
Yep.
Okay, I'll do it, I guess.
All right, go for it.
Minum Nescafe hilang mengantuk. Manis sekali rasa airnya. Ayam McD berkokok-kokok. Hajat hamba mahu diamondnya.
Oh, that's pretty creative. I like his usage. I like his choice of words there. And well, don't worry, Monkey Business. You're going to be getting 10k diamonds inclusive of the McDonald's vouchers already going to be sent to you, or it's on its way. Either way, well done. I mean, just the creativity coming in from a lot of these people. I personally, I'm down for this. As long as I don't have to read like 600 hashtags again, I'm all good. I am all good. I'm all for it.
Okay, have PTSD.
How many of you guys at home actually know what
Nobody has any clue. Let's not bring it up so that they don't.
This is something that happened during season 7, season 8, when we started doing this. I'm pretty sure you guys know what we're talking about. If you guys are true fans of the English broadcast, true fans of MPL, type it down in the comment, tag Gideon, tag us, tag Starfall. Let us know what was it about.
Yeah, just a bajillion hashtags. I can't wait for the next Pantun. Just
I remember it was like
each word is a hashtag.
I think it was like 1,000 words. There was one. It was pretty long.
It was basically an essay for the SATs or something. It was like 3 paragraphs long, and then even the graphic was just like, hold on, there's more. And then our producer's like, wait, no, there's one more. It's ridiculous. With that being said, guys, because of you guys, you've hit the share milestone for tier number 3. Here are our winners for the lucky draw given straight to you. Well done. Oh boy, I'm not going to say the names. I remember the last time I did this, I butchered it terribly.
Yeah, we don't want people calling us out for getting the names wrong here, but we're gonna make an attempt anyway, right? We're gonna be giving prizes to Juan Wanda, Siti Nurul Natasha, Haikal Small, Bob Apiz, Lance Roslan, Andrew Davila, Achu Kiddo, Muhammad Ali, Sharfik, and Lowbet G's.
Hey, that's ACU, bro. Just without the E, bro.
What?
Okay,
Dude,
fine. Hachuki, don't fight.
You're making so many assumptions. Are you right? Are you wrong? We don't know. We don't know. But I'm so sorry if we butchered any of your names. We love all of you, but you are walking away with some prizes. And hopefully that will make up for our poor performance of saying your all names.
But that's why you were the English broadcaster. We're not on the,
No, on the BM broadcast, we totally get it. But in case you were wondering, the Pantuna Wish earlier was talking about Nescafe. So scan the code while you still scan the QR code and go on checkout. Make sure you type in NESMPL30 to get 30% off your favorite flavors, whether it's regular coffee or some of their newer ones that they've just came out with. Bandung is not too bad.
Yeah, be sure to do it right now, because this might be potentially the last time you guys will be seeing in MPL, because this is the final day in MPL MY Season 9, and well, that's the thing, right? It feels a little bit sad, but I'm not gonna lie, it has been an amazing journey so far, and I'm gonna take my opportunity to say this, because potentially, if TODAK gets a 4-0, we won't be able to say our final thoughts.
I feel like this is going to be a curse. Instantly after this, Orange Esports does the reverse sweep. It's just like, I guess my final thoughts are going to happen way later on. But go ahead while we still can. Hold on, you know what? Before we get into that, if you guys are thinking about 515, yes, the anime is already coming out every Sunday, but the All-Stars are here. So, MLBB fans, this big news, the 515 All-Star Showdown 2022 is coming. It will be the first and entertainment event across the C region in MLBB history, with 210 leading celebrities from Indonesia, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, Myanmar as well will be joining this big party, featuring an unprecedented number of players and a very exciting schedule, and a lucrative prize are waiting for you. So from April 24th to May 15th, don't miss any moment of the 515 All-Star Party. Go ahead.
You know,
Aaron.
see, this is what I mean, right? Final thoughts, right? 515. Get it? Final 515.
Get out. Just go.
I feel like that's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, right? He's really hoping for something here.
Yeah, but what I am hoping for, I personally am quite excited for 515 because I want the stun skins again, you know. I missed out on some of them last year. Hopefully I'll
did?
Yeah, I got one, but I want the rest. But we'll get back to that in just a little bit because right now, TODAK are 3 games up against Orange Esports. And of course, this is a best of 7. So whichever team hits that 4-win mark first instantly becomes your MPL MY Season 9 champion.
Oh boy, this one's going to be a rough one because, I mean, when you're looking at the draft, there's some very obvious counter picks going on for either one of these sides, but it comes down to the execution at the end of the day. Balance, you're telling me, oh, he died too many times. He did 88,000 damage. I don't know who else did 88,000 damage in his lineup other than Born, who is continuously having to fight with 4 mays down on the bottom side. He's got the funny number, but more importantly, we have to talk about the prolonging of their fights. That's what the TODAK composition wants to do.
Yeah, that's something that Orange Esports loves to do as well, and I feel like TODAK has been learning so much from them. They're using a strategy that Orange Esports loves to do, which is prolonging, and they just make it and do it better in front of them, which is phenomenal to watch. And talking about the drafts and morale, right? Game 1, Game 2, Orange Esports, they lost. It's okay, I get it, because sometimes people just do it a little bit better. But for game number 3, you can see it's starting to lose a little bit morale. And hopefully they will cheer up because now with a more chocolatey experience, you can get yourself the Cadbury Zip from any 7-Eleven stores. Or you can even scan a QR code right on the screen and buy it online.
Zip up those emotions while you still can, because now is the time to focus on the task at hand. Well, if you are passing by 7-Eleven, do check it out and get yourself a Cadbury Zip on the way. But for the meantime here, this is where we talk about adaptations. OE, it feels like at every single turn, every single angle, they're getting stopped by TODAK.
Yeah, it's really rough for Orange Esports because they've tried so many different strategies. They've gone for comfort picks, they've gone for different lineups, and it still has not worked. And now that they're 1 game away from losing out at the chance of becoming champions for Season 9, you can imagine the pressure that is on their shoulders. Hopefully, they will be able to overcome it. But for TODAK fans out there, this is going to be an exciting game number 4 because we are only 1 game away potentially from a clean sweep.
Yeah, but not gonna jinx it, of course, but based on what I'm seeing as well, we talked about the bandage buff. We have so many bandages on TODAK, and I don't think they're letting off anytime soon. However, it's not over yet till it's over, because eventually one wrong mistake is gonna help them. But looks like what is this? I don't understand. Someone explain that to me. What's Chikla not Honda?
I'm guessing he wants. I'm guessing that he wants.
He wants a bike.
I guess either he wants a bike or he wants a car specifically. And
we're talking about car brand, right?
The best we can do is Johnson.
Exactly. That's why I have a suspicion here. If we do see Johnson come out from Yomes, well, I guess it's to be foreshadowed for the time being. But now, more importantly for Orange Esports, do they go back to their comfort picks? I feel like at the end of the day, like every single draft that they have come up with, it comes down to literally just execution. Masha gets banned out for the side of Orange Esports.
What kind of adaptations will Orange Esports be able to come up with here? Right now, we are definitely seeing that their faces are a little more solemn than before, but there is still energy there. They still want to, at the very least, try to take a game here to regain some of their lost momentum. They continue to ban out the Karina, and this time respecting the raid boss 4 maze by banning out the Masha as well.
Now, speaking of the drafts here, I feel like going for just comfort bans from TODAK is just pretty standard from them, right? They just want Orange Esports to play a game they're not familiar. But Orange Esports, for them to try and react to this means that they are going to open up a lot of hero pools. In this case, I feel like they should just take out the Link again and maybe force the Fanny. But considering that game number 3, they adapted that, hey, if I pick the Fanny, I don't want you to play the Kufra. Puts him in a spot where I think it's going to be a game between the Link again.
Do they give it or no? Yay or nay? Do they take it or no?
No, I don't think so. They want to lock in that Xavier. We've already seen Moon do really incredible things with it in the past game. We don't want to give it over. They're going to heavily prioritize it. And right now, I'm thinking, right, since the Fanny hasn't worked, the Ling hasn't worked, if Orange wants to go to a comfort pick, they might be setting up for Hellcat.
No, actually, this is so smart of Orange Esports, right? Like, let TODAK make the decision. Give me the Fanny or give me the Ling. Which is it going to be? Unless you first pick the Kufra, I don't really care. But it seems like they are going to take the Ling, means that Orange Esports have the option to go in for the Fanny, or maybe, like you said as well, maybe even the Hellcat, and then potentially steal away the Kufra from Yums, denying it, allowing a better game for Gary.
I like the way that TODAK is trying to hold them hostage, right? It's like, haha, what are you going to do? Which one are you going to give me, Spider-Man? But TODAK is like, no. This is, you're not putting me in a box here. I'm going to ask you the same question. I'm going to take Link. I'm immediately going to be taking Beatrix as well. Force OE to say, hey, if you show your roamer, instantly, if you decide to show Fanny this time around, instantly, we will be taking Kufra.
Do they want to go for the Hellcat here in this first phase? The Grok is still open for Born if they want to lock it in at this point. They already have a reliable pick for Man. Looks like they will lock in the Paquito and the Cho.
Oh, this is a little bit different. They have the target lockdown. They also have Paquito this time. That can be flex pick. Let's see how TODAK responds to this. It should be an Angela, but no, Esmeralda going to be the counter pick potentially if we're going to see Paquito on Born again.
Yeah, this is a little bit smarter for Orange Esports. They don't want to show the cards a little bit earlier and let TODAK get their options they can. So for them, they might be expecting Phobias or something else actually deal with the Ling. And I feel like Orange Esports, they're trying to replicate what TODAK did to them, which is a very smart adaptation. But when it comes to execution, is it going to be possible? That's going to be my question. I was expecting that maybe Orange Esports is going to keep the Fanny open for them, but looks like TODAK, they just don't want to take the risk. They will just ban it off completely.
Yeah, that's understandable from TODAK. They've already shown that they can deal with the Fanny, but preferably they don't want to lock Yums to the Kufra. And well, if they can just disable Gary further, then why not? The question is whether or not it's enough of a problem for them to ban out the Hellcat here. Looks like yes, they will.
I think that's really respectable from TODAK. They've done their research, they've done their homework, they understand what they like to go for in situations like this. I feel like OE is going to go for Roger.
I feel like they should not go for Roger and go for Baxia instead to deal with the shields and sustainabilities. At least they have some sort of frontliner to actually cause havoc. However, I agree, you know, like Roger is going to be a safety net, but I feel like Roger doesn't exactly help the Xavier all too much compared to maybe a Baxia.
He's not trying to help Xavier. It's the other way around. It's a very toxic relationship here. It's always you got to play around the Roger. You got to make sure you chunk them down, throw your bodies into the fire, and hopefully Roger is able to clean it up. And Orange Esports smartly decide to get rid of the potential counterpick against the Xavier. Scales well, pushes faster in lane, but doesn't have that global presence. It's Sicilian.
Okay, with multiple mages now banned out, TODAK will probably look to lock in Moon's hero at this point since they already know the matchup against the Xavier in the mid lane and keep Yums' options open until they know Orange's full draft. Something safe like the Kagura is still open and does a very good job against Xavier in lane. I'm wondering if TODAK will lean towards that here. As for Orange, while the Roger is a safe pick at this point, I do actually quite like the Baxia. That's what TODAK did against their Ling in the previous game. Good work.
Yeah, I think TODAK might consider the Kadita for Moon just to show him how it's done. And if you think about it, it's not that bad against the god drops, but oh no, I know. Wow. I see where this is going. Oh okay. No, oh no.
Okay, they got the Franco.
No. Moon Franco.
Moon Franco?
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like this is going to be a Moon Franco.
Nah, fam.
Maybe.
I don't think so. Unless we do see TODAK ends up like, I don't know, locking in Selena, and then maybe we have an option. Because we've seen Yums before play Selena beforehand, and then he throws it over. Or if we see Jawhead, I think that's the biggest giveaway that it's going to be Moon on Franco.
The thing is, though,
they need magic. They need magic, all right?
Who needs magic? We have CC.
I don't know about that. Orange Esports, they're going to be locking in the Brody now, but the thing is, there's no reason for TODAK to lock in the Franco so early on. They could have left it until last pick, so they themselves are actually trying to trick Orange, making them think, will Moon play the Franco mid lane? Who knows? But Orange complete their draft with the Terra.
Right, alright, so it's going to be the Paquito in the jungle up against Ling. I don't think that's too bad because at the end of the day, right, TODAK did decide to go for that Esmeralda, which will eventually outscale a good majority of them. Maybe not the Dyrap, but we'll see how much oppression Born is able to put.
Yeah, this is going to be a heavy emphasis on towards Born now because I don't think Gary's going to be able to do too much with the jungle Paquito. He is going to try and do his best, but he won't be as oppressive or impactful compared to how the previous few games with his Fanny as well as Link. So this is going to be a different approach from OE. But all things considered, you are in the grand finals, you've got to go all out. But it looks like it is not going to be the Moon Franco. And I was hoping to see it, but all right. Kagura's pretty good.
Yep, Staffa called it. I mean, there are some good matchups. Actually, a good amount of good matchups against Xavier. He doesn't have a lot of lane pressure, and he doesn't push out very well. So Kagura, Lilia, all take advantage of him. And I think now is a good time. Which composition do you guys feel is a little bit better this time?
I do think that TODAK, they have a much more traditional team comp, and Orange's lineup is going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off, but they're going to be playing off of lane priority, whereas TODAK are once again going to be leaning more towards that mid to late game scaling so that they can take chaotic 5v5s one game away. Will TODAK secure a two-time championship title? Orange Esports will be the only ones to stop them with a highly skirmish-based team lineup with lots of pickoff, whereas now TODAK going back to basics, a very traditional front-to-back heroes to fill in every single possible combination. We return to the land of dawn.
Welcome everybody, this is game number 4, match point for TODAK. Orange Esports are putting everything on the table for this game. Orange Esports on the blue side up against TODAK on the red.
This time we are going to see invades coming from in. Instead of Yums going to mirror the matchup with aggression, he's going to try and protect Chiku as much as he can. So it's going to be a little bit of a different approach, but it's actually working out in TODAK's favor. Yums, however, taking a little bit too much damage means that Chiku is going to have a better time. And based on the minimap early on as well, we did see Orange Esports kind of expecting Yums to kind of mirror him, but, you know, looks like it's going to be off or not.
Yep, interesting stuff here because they really want to contest for the Little Wander. Gary's trying to get in on it, but Moon body blocks the jab on a purpose so that Gary can't get close to try to actually go for the Retribution. Momo takes a little bit of a bad trade, which is fine. He's not in lethal health, but it could mean that if Valence gets a level up on him, and at least gets a single kill onto Momo, that's going to be his lane.
Yeah, that's what's most important here, as Man nearly gets hit by the hook, but is able to walk away just in time, chunking out Moon quite heavily in return.
They got to play really carefully here. Mon's going to get an early recall, which is great. That means he's going to be topped off in health and mana, but here comes Min to attack Momo to guarantee this victory on Valence's lane.
Oh, however, Min might be in a little bit of trouble here. Yums does have the hook, but seems like he's going to be diverting his attention as he tries to go for Valence. Valence know what's up, backs up immediately. However, top side as well, another response coming from Dota. They are going to focus on Born. There is no escape for him, and he is going to go shut down. And Orange, however, going to make the dive composition here. They're willingly sacrificing Yums for this.
Yep. No choice, no choice. Somebody has to bite the bullet, and this time it's going to be Born. He loses his flicker, and Formaze now has control over the lane. Born can still come back in his own lane by himself. However, Chiku is going to keep a very watchful eye over the EXP lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a good trade in favor of TODAK, but now Carey is going to be able to pick off a free kill onto Formaze. He was not expecting that. Man gets the Dawning Light, not able to steal the turtle as Moon delays the backline in exchange for his life.
Yep, this is good. Orange Esports, personally for them, they don't mind giving TODAK the turtles. They want to continuously trade. At the end of the day, Orange Esports can actually play off of just the regular siege composition. EXP means nothing compared to gold.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to this kind of oppression as well, I'm surprised that Orange Esports, they're able to match up into this trading 50-50s, right? Because eventually, as long as Valence survives, he is going to be able to do some damage towards the front lines. And even if the Link dives him, he's going to be A-okay. However, I feel like Momo is going to be a big threat, and it's something that Gary needs to focus on as well, because he is pretty much the only one that can deal with him later on. And now, for him to get caught out, this is not looking good for OE. Yeah, that was a really good bait there. Min wants to get something in return, but they've already run away. TODAK set that up perfectly, baiting the 1v1 because Gary thinks he can win, but Valens taking a lot of damage here. Gonna be forced to flicker out as Min comes in to back him up.
I mean, that was some good movements coming in from Valens initially, but Momo, that clean combo switching from Bennett into Nibiru, getting both ults and actually connecting on them both as well. That's not easy to pull off. Min now getting some damage onto Yums so far. Iron Hook targeting Man. Yums is a very sharp eye flickering coming out of Min, but now they've already secured the kill. It's too late. Min one step behind, and now it's going to be a trading kill. Yums gives his life, but Min is the next to fall to the Bladed Tempest. 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, TODAK just a little bit quicker in that regards because it was the perfect setup for Orange Esports, but Yums is just so much quicker and so much decisive. But oh, the burst coming from OE. They fight back, and that is a huge catch for them.
That's 3 ults connecting all at once, man. I don't know what to say. That's pretty much overkill. You have to admit it was way too many ults to be used.
Yeah, but as long as it gets them the kill, they don't mind it at all. Orange Esports wants to maintain this mid lane priority to give farm over to the Xavier. Min gonna get the way of the dragon onto the Franco as Valens now dishing out a lot of DPS, forcing out the bloody hunt, but it's not gonna be enough. Valens picks up the kill.
This is huge for Valens. This is going to help him a little bit more. But once again, mirror matchup as TODAK is going to respond as well. And so far, they are just trading 50-50s across the map. But only difference is that the marksman coming from Orange Esports, Valens is going to get a little bit more farm compared to Momo. But it's okay for TODAK as long as Momo doesn't die too much. Because eventually, if they trade pretty decently well, eventually the later stage game, they are going to be A-okay as compared to losing an XP later, which Born is going to be needed to shut down Chiku, guys, or maybe even 4Maze later on.
We'll see how that's going to go, because right now 4Maze is in a position where he generally is like, I don't really want to 1v1 Born, and if I do fight, I want to make sure that it takes forever for him to kill me. Now, Yubs, he's going to get the lockdown onto Gary. Yin Yang overturn the whole combination as Gary manages to sustain through the damage with a double knock-up strike and dodges the flame shot from Moon.
Yeah, that's gonna be very important as now Min jumps in, gets the way of the dragon, gonna force out the Purify. Bennett's Raid gonna do a lot of damage to Board. They get the hook onto Valens, but he is able to escape from it, and that means that, oh, hold on! Moon gets the stun onto Valens, but doesn't have the burst. Momo flickers forward, gets the kill, but they trade off Moon to the Dawning Light.
Oh, that was just so unfortunate, and Moon wasn't even expecting it to happen. The Dawning Light just so happened to actually hit him while Man was actually aiming for Chiku as well as Momo. So that was just super unfortunate for him, but still an overall good trade in the hands of Orange Esports.
No, I mean, so good so far, but let's see what the next couple of steps are going to be. TODAK playing uncharacteristically slow this time, knowing that they haven't gotten much of a lead. They don't feel like they have enough of an advantage yet to press against their opponents. They want to play towards the mid game where 4Mace is finally scaled up and Momo at least has 2 items. Chiku, on the other hand, he's got a solid 5 kills in his bag. Same as Gary, except, well, it's 4-1.
Oh!
Never mind, now it's 5-1.
Yeah, that's going to be enough damage as well. Chiku is going to try and continue. However, turns the die, gets the KO punch, and shuts them down. That's the beauty of fighter versus assassins. And finally, Orange Esports finds a little bit of a lead as they try to push back. However, while that's actually happening, Momo down bottom is going to take a tier 1 for the team. So they're not entirely losing a lot of objectives. Still a big step for Orange Esports. But is it going to be enough for them to scale?
I like this play. Honestly, I really like this play. Like, Valens purposefully lets go of the bottom tier 1 so the rest of his team can rotate towards Turtle side and is able to capture top tier 1, forcing TODAK to make a really awkward movement. Like, Yums, for example, he was going up top side and then realized it's too late, and now is late to actually give priority over Turtle, which falls into the hands of Orange Esports.
Yeah, you gotta respect the jungle Paquito. There's just so much damage potential on the double jab combo, and now Gary is going to be ahead of Chiku. They're making another attempt. Bennett's Rage forced out to make sure that Orange Esports is zoned out.
Yep, and now 4Mace being annoying as ever. There's only so little Born can actually do because he's sustained quite well. Yes, he can shred, but here comes Man and the rest of the Orange Esports squad. 4Mace will run circles around them, hoping for some kind of cavalry, which actually gets intercepted by both Cho and as well as Valens, who's in trouble. Dawning Light is already out, forcing out the Bladed Tempest. They find one, they get a second one in return. They find one back in 4Mace, but Yums, if he survives, then it's not going to be even. No, 2 for 2 trade.
Oh, that was a very, very costly mistake coming from Orange Esports. You can see the team, they were deciding whether, oh, wait a minute, Gary, he almost got onto his moon, but yeah, as I was saying as well, it was just, the dawning light. All right. There's so much surprises here, but now, as I was saying as well, Orange Esports, they had the right idea of just trying to go in for the kill with 4-mains, but as soon as you saw 4-mains was trying to buy time, they split up their forces because TODAK showed himself down mid, and Orange Esports was forced to make a decision. Do I defend mid or do I commit to the kill? Because eventually they are going to lose out the trades. However, now with their force fights coming down towards mid, nice side step coming from Man, it's going to sacrifice mid. A big Dawning Light comes in, but Orange Esports is not ready to respond. Born trying to make something work against this, but this is 4-mains we're talking about. Chiku guys, however, going to be point of interest for Born, but he's overextending. He might actually die. A business strike comes in, but it doesn't connect, and he's going to pay the price. And now OE, they're losing more than one because Valence also gets chipped off down mid as Yume's got the hook.
They were rotating, and unfortunately the calls are not getting that great. TODAK able to kind of just punish Orange Esports, this organization. I don't know. That move from Born, I don't know what exactly the call was. I think Valence was on his way and gets intercepted midway. I think they need to understand that TODAK are starting to read them very, very well. And even Gary, you can see the hesitation when he's moving in. Something is up when you see 4-mains purposefully not intercepting his movements, but instead just sitting there and waiting.
Yep, Gary.
Oh, almost gets a one-shot onto Gary, but the Tempest of Blades going to allow Chiku guys to get out of that situation. Now they know that the cooldowns are down, so Yumes jumps forward with the Bloody Hunt to secure the shutdown.
That is huge of a catch. Once again, another 10 min. Tries to go for setup. Chiku guys knows is there. Great awareness coming in from TODAK. And because of that, Orange Esports, they are going to force them back out. They need Gary for the damage power. Dawning Light is just not enough. He needs to scale a little bit harder for Mon, and he's only level 9, whereas Chiku guys already level 14. But looks like Orange Esports, they are going to look for the coin flip. And looks like from the back lines, instead, TODAK concedes the Lord, and they focus on the team fight, and they get balance, and they're looking for more. Born is going to be the next to fall, and just like that, Chiku gets the double kill, and TODAK is looking to get more objective without even taking the Lord.
This is bad. This is pretty bad for Orange Esports. The game was looking pretty even up until this point, but now TODAK have a 2.8k net worth lead. Being able to pick off Gary there was already great, but making use of Min's over aggression to jump into the back line, TODAK are reading Orange.
Yeah, more so that, man, it's just a fast maneuver coming in from TODAK. Initially, they were like, okay, we're doing Lord. Orange Esports walks up, let's turn this around. But now Chiku trying to get on top of Gary here. The Blade Attempt is so very close, almost takes him out. But he's not going to try and 1v4 this. He may have killing spree, but neither does he want to waste his energy, so he can't hop on out of there.
Yep, TODAK just having time of their lives as again, but this time they are going to force the Lord again. Orange Esports, however, losing a lot in terms of map control. They might need to play this a little bit safe. TODAK trying to bait out from sort of reactions again, and unfortunately to say, Orange Esports a little bit too afraid to push out just because of the way the lanes are as of yet. So TODAK, they're having 4-mains to kind of distract his way through. Gary's going to try and respond, but the rest of TODAK immediately swarms in with the conceal. They force the fight, they catch on Born, and that is a big catch coming from Yumes, and because of that, they're scrambling. Orange Esports wants to make a fight, but the hook, Yumes, the hook flicker, catching on Valence. This is a disaster. Oh, TODAK, they're just completely shutting them up now. Gary trying to pick a fight into his Momo. He's down to his 1 HP, but eventually survives as they sacrifice one from beside TODAK. Gary will eventually get taken down. Legendary for TODAK. This might be it, gentlemen.
Oh, they're setting it up for checkmate here. TODAK 5k ahead, 12 minutes into the game, 38 to 32k. They will be getting this Luminous Lord. It's a perfect time because Luminous Lord will be able to crack open an inhibitor, almost guaranteed if they give it a little bit of escort. And Love and Care, Tempest the Blades already out. They find Min, he's dead. Dawning Light doesn't connect as Born gets on out of there. Corrosive Strike already won. Torn apart memories, shuts down Chiku. Now they've got a fighting chance.
Orange Esports just barely able to pick up a bit of a revenge kill in exchange for Min there, and that is going to be infinitely worth it, taking out the enemy jungler. Chiku will be down for another 20 seconds, which means that he will not be around to assist with this next Lord push. TODAK are going to be fighting a 4v5 situation, which means that Orange will have no problem clearing this up. Will TODAK still make the attempt?
Oh, they are going to happen as well. Valence needs his farm. He got a little bit of redemption with the comeback and mechanics of farming off Chiku's bodies, but he's still 2 levels away from max level. He needs a little bit more items on his marksman to be able to chip the damage that he's needed, but it's going to be very, very difficult to do so because as of yet, any chance right now, they need to get it. They need to find a way to get any sort of pickoffs, a freebie if TODAK gives it to them.
I think at this stage, they just need to drag it out, but now the first suppression comes on towards Born side. He gets hit by basically everything, but he doesn't die. They take out Moon. It's too late. Momo already, Nibiru's passion already down. Balance forces those corrosive strike to get out of there. Chiku finds the backline, but Mon, he's out of position now as Chiku takes him out too. Gary trying his absolute darnest to take anybody with him to the grave. Not enough to get the final knock-up strike, and it's just 4 Maze and Chiku guys left. Min has to clear this wave. He needs to do everything he can.
There's nothing he can do. Chiku is going to focus on the inhibitors. That's going to be a free inhibitor for the side of TODAK, and they're looking for more. 4 Maze is just so strong. 9 seconds left. 4 Valence, 3 for Born. TODAK, can they get a little bit more? Way of the Dragon.
Oh,
He's at the edge. That is the perfect catch for Min to punish Chiku.
Oh, that is what Orange Esports needs. Losing another inhibitor there would have been devastating, and at the very least, they're going to keep themselves in the game for now. That catch from TODAK actually didn't turn out as ideally for them as they would have liked, because Born proved to be a lot tankier than he thought. Min now looking for Moon. Dawning Light already chunking him out quite low, but 4 Maze is chasing him down. And guess what? He's in the back line. They find Born though with the bloody hunt, and that's a kill. Going over to Momo. 4 Maze still chasing them down. Gets the falling Star Moon, forces the way of the dragon and the flicker from Min.
Oh, that was a sick dodge as well. They only lose Born, but the power of the Franco is starting to show coming from TODAK, because one catch coming from him means instant death. If there's no one canceling you, that is going to be a very, very difficult situation. But whenever they try to do so, there's just so much CC coming from TODAK to actually punish that kind of plays.
Yeah, it's a lot of CC, but 4 Maze is also scaled. He's able to run them down, and Mon, without Flicker, is going to be in danger of Chiku. He already uses the Dawning Light. They don't find Moon this time, as 4 Maze is running down Mon. Chiku, it's about to be his time here. They're already so very low. They're going to keep up the chase, and now take away the orange buff. Chiku going to be starting on the Luminous Lord here. They don't need to do anything else. Dawning Light as well, just to double check. But what is that going to do if you can't even get close to the pit? Oh no, another iron hook. Once again, it's just the ego challenge. They've already got what they need to, and 4 Maze is unkillable.
Yep, here comes the Dawning Light. They finally did take down Momo, but it's not going to be over yet. The Lord is going to be secure from TODAK, but Orange Esports, they've got to find a pickoff now, but the hook connects on Min. It's a tank, but it's at the same time. This is go time for Orange Esports, but TODAK, they take the high road. They play it safe. They escort the Lord. Now is not a good time to ego challenge, because Orange Esports is starting to hurt. You can see Mon having capabilities of one-shotting both Momo as well as Moon. Giving away unnecessary kills is going to further enhance the power of this Xavier.
Oh, it's just, oh man. This is a tight game. Honestly, despite it being 19-25 so far, TODAK is playing this a lot more conservatively than their past 3 games. Like, they knew they could disrespect Orange Esports, but now they realize that it's getting a little too close for comfort.
You know, did you realize that Chiku's got 17 kills?
Yep.
Oh, but 4 Maze, he's starting the engagement, finds 2-man falling Star Moon. Born gonna be saved by the 3-man Jikundo, but he gets hooked backwards. Going to be able to escape as Gary finds Moon in the back line. He's doing a lot of damage. They already pick off Born, but they're gonna be able to break down 4 Maze as well. The Lord is in the base, but TODAK cannot break in. He does a lot of damage to Mon, but they clear up the Lord, and the Dawning Light gonna force TODAK to retreat yet again.
Yep, great defense so far from Orange Esports, and that is exactly the the games that they need. And as of yet, they're finally getting a little bit more economy for balance, and slowly but surely, Orange Esports will be able to bounce back. So it all comes down to execution. And I like how TODAK is just playing it very, very safe, knowing that Orange Esports is able to come back into this game. Man is going to be the core component for the team. As long as Man doesn't die, TODAK is having a very, very difficult time.
Yeah, but Gary is also doing a very good job of jumping into the back line. It's going to be a lot less effective now, though, because Momo just completed his Wind of Nature. He knows that he is a major target for this Paquito, and as long as he can survive his burst combination, that's going to be huge, because TODAK, they're relying quite heavily on this Beatrix's late game damage.
I mean, Beatrix... It's tough because Beatrix wants to get into the fight, but there's so many factors he needs to take into account. It's not just Gary being a really, really big force, right? He can still die to Ward. See how much damage that Dawning Light has done? Anybody on the side of Orange Esports can take Momo out with that Dawning Light.
Yeah, that's crazy. Chico is going to back off as well. You can see the protection, the escort for this. And looks like Chico is going to be out of the picture. They know they can force a fight. Chico forced to go back means this is go time for Orange Esports. They're looking to pick a fight. A big business strike comes in, but TODAK is just a little bit too tanky. A big four-man Dawning Light, but Orange Esports unable to react. Immediate recalls coming from TODAK to fight this. And as soon as the Divine Glaive purchase from Man, you can see the power of Xavier. TODAK immediately switching their strategy, going for split push. As you can see, 4Maze also going to be opening up the map.
Yeah, he is just so strong right now. Min is going to initially get hit by the Iron Hook, gets hit by the Bloody Hunt. 4Maze ends up dying over to the Dawning Light. And Chiku, guys, he doesn't... wait, no, does he? Yes, he doesn't actually get his purple buff. He's going to be purple buffless this time around, as Orange Esports have fought so hard to this point. They need this Lord.
Oh, somehow Orange Esports, their chances in this are still alive. They have full control over the Lord Pit, and this is the final evolution. We are 19 minutes in. They can very much use this to break into the base. TODAK, they're not going to challenge it. They're going to go for the split push, as now Yuz walks forward, distracts them. Momo looking for the snipe, not quite able to get it. It goes over to Gary. Momo pops the Wind of Nature, but that doesn't protect him from the magic damage. Double kill going over the balance, as now Moon and Chiku being distracted by Min pops his immortality. He will die, but he has bought enough time for his team.
Oh, great response coming for Orange Esports as well, because even if they got the Lord, if no one defended the bottom lane, TODAK might have secretly taken the base away. So this time, TODAK, they have to make a run for their lives. Moon dropping a little bit too low. He needs to get the reset, and Gary is going to get the kill, and this is huge. Dawning Light comes in. TODAK is going to have a very difficult time to defend against this. 4Maze trying to draw aggression, but the Lord will be chunking the crystal OE. They're looking to drag this game, and they will make a comeback, and Orange Esports takes the game from TODAK in this grand finals. It's not over yet.
Oh my god, Orange Esports and their fans in the back. The sigh of relief from getting oppressed from so long. They make that comeback. UC Born, he's giving high fives all around. He knows he has taken so much punishment for this team.
The underdog story, the Cinderella fairy tale has not ended yet for Orange Esports, as they finally are able to take one game back against TODAK. It's gonna be an uphill climb, but the boys in Orange have proved that it is possible.
Oh, GG, well played for Orange Esports. One round done in their journey here in this best of 7. This is the old grand finals, and they are putting on a show.
Ooh-wee, this is I don't know, this is a pretty risky play, but it seems like Xavier is just so annoyingly terrifying in the later stage of the game. And the moment he got to that stage, you can see TODAK wasn't expecting the amount of damage is going to be coming from the Dawning Light himself. You saw Moon getting one-shotted nearly multiple times. Momo, 80% health ever since the Divine Glaive came out. So it just shows you that they need a way to deal with Xavier. Either ban it themselves or pick it for themselves, which overall in general, coming to the grand final, Xavier, top tier pick.
Or just close out the game, because unfortunately, despite having such a lead on TODAK's side, they weren't able to close it out cleanly despite the advantages that they were setting up for themselves time and time again.
Yeah, TODAK, they just got overconfident. They got over-aggressive. They went for fights that they should have been a bit more careful in. And even after losing a few skirmishes, we're still playing the same as they were doing in the previous minutes before, believing that we can win these fights irregardless. They gotta respect that late game Xavier damage. But I think we also have to point out how well Gary was playing on the Paquito. That was just excellent damage coming out from this jungler.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items real quick coming from TODAK. It seems like they fully underestimated Man's prowess as well. If you think about it, they didn't exactly itemize to deal with it. There's no radiant armor. They've only got Athena shields and Oracle, and that is actually a big no-no for TODAK, because if you think about it, Glass Cannon coming from Momo is not going to help him at all, even though they need the damage. And someone's got to be the one to soak the Xavier Dawning Light, and it's just so hard. And I understand why they don't go for it, but at the same time, eventually somebody's got to do it.
Yep, someone eventually does have to do it, and I think it's tough. I mean, look at Chiku Guys' build. He's already 19-3-5. He can basically build whatever he wants to, right? But he opted to go for this particular one when, yes, his auto attacks do eventually hurt, and he's got a little bit more sustainability when he stacked the Endless Battle on top of the Thunder Belt. But this time, it's just you just need a little bit of defense, something enough to protect you from Mon.
Yeah, but I honestly cannot believe that TODAK ended up losing this when Chiku is 19-3. He was having such a good game, and it just goes to show that the results of every game can turn on a coin flip depending on how careful you are. Orange Esports, GG, well played. Let's see who the MVP is going to be going over to, and I think we can definitely agree. Gary on this Paquito was creating so much space for his team.
Yep, the spearhead of Orange Esports was not afraid to go in by himself. 13-5-5, making sure that he is just catching up against Chiku. Yes, he didn't match the KDA, but he's got the funny number, and he's also got a match GPN of 700. With that performance, well done to Gary.
I like how Gary is extremely alert in that game as well. Playing Paquito, for him to go towards the backlines is very common, but as soon as he threatens Moon out of position, he immediately turns back to help up his teammates, especially when Chiku is diving the backlines. And this has not happened once, it's happened multiple times to make sure that Valence and also Mon is going to be able to keep alive as the spearhead coming from Orange Esports.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights here brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, and let's make sure, because again, that's what Paquito's really good at. He's good at not only diving when he has full damage, but he's a great peel mechanic for the rest of the team. Formes ends up dying because Gary decided, you know what, if I can just lock you down for maybe 1 second and do a double KO strike combo, it's great. But it's tough, especially when TODAK gets so deep into your backline. He won't be able to peel maybe 3 or 4 people. One person, good enough.
Now, what made the difference here in this game for Orange Esports was that even in these fights where it looked like TODAK had such an excellent initiation, you could constantly see Gary and Born aiming for the squishier targets in the backline. Yes, they lost fights, but never completely one-sidedly. And because of that, they were still able to maintain a somewhat even gold lead during the last few minutes of the game. And as we mentioned, just a coin flip, being able to suddenly turn around and win fights was just a small bit of impetus Orange Esports were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, this last particular one, this was really sad. Chiku just happened to be a little bit closer to the inhibitor than Formes, and unfortunately, Formes was not taking aggro.
Yeah, he got a little bit greedy and got punished very heavily for it, and this is something that TODAK tends to do a lot, but when it comes to the later stage of the game, any deaths is going to be very costly due to the respawn timer. And you can see that because of that play coming from mid, Orange Esports is able to immediately bounce back and buy enough time for Mon to actually scale. And this pretty much was the comeback mechanic coming in from Orange Esports. But nevertheless, well done coming from Gary, because he stalled it long enough for the team to make it happen. So all in all, this is a grand finals. Anything can happen. And guess what? We're going to be having more games to come.
More games indeed. And I mean, Orange Esports, they're fighting for everything. They've worked so hard to get to this point, and getting one game might just be what they need to actually come back. With this being said, it's time to go talk to our host here. Sith, please take it away.
Mungkin ramai yang tak percaya, tapi ini yang berlaku. Pasukan Orange berjaya untuk dapatkan 1 poin daripada pasukan TODAK. Anda sekarang ni masih lagi sama saya, Sid, selaku stage host. Dan saya bersama-sama dengan peminat pasukan Orange nombor 1, iaitu saudari yang memakai jersey Orange ni. Assalamualaikum. Boleh perkenalkan diri terlebih dahulu?
Boleh. Nama saya Filza daripada Selangor.
Oh, memang datang sini sokong Orange lah?
Yes.
Bukan spesifik individu
Tak ada.
Okay, alright. Apa perasaan Fiza melihat pasukan Orange yang kalau kita tengok mungkin nampak macam kalah, tapi berjaya juga mendapatkan kemenangan untuk yang pertama kalinya?
Semestinya perasaan tu sangat-sangat happy sebab diorang boleh buat comeback And ya, untuk game seterusnya korang kena buat all out lah, habis baik.
Alright, saya tahu Filza confirm nak pasukan Orange menang. Kalau lihat game tadi, berapakah keputusan rasanya untuk memang tak rasa keputusan, confirm 4-3 jadi, tapi apakah kata-kata kepada pasukan Orange untuk mereka bermain dengan lebih baik?
Okay, untuk Orange fighting, semangat, kasih all out sehabis baik untuk menang insyaAllah.
Amin, amin. Alright, itunya kata-kata daripada peminat pasukan Orange yang tak jemu-jemu untuk memberikan sokongan kepada pasukan kegemaran beliau. Jadi, kita akan berhenti rehat. Debaran makin terasa, tapi kita akan jumpa anda sebentar lagi dalam MPL Grand Final.
Aku clear lagi tau.
Dia ingat aku tak main link ke tak tahu skill berapa second?
Man. Okay, domestic lah sekali ni.
Gary duduk dalam Gary, nanti mati lagi Gary. Gary main Ferry je lah Gary. Ferry.
Aku ada.
Mama, I love you, Chan. Mati tu. Ketuk, jauh naik. Ketuk. Datang. Sini.
Dah.
Nice. Aku dapat stand.
Aku dah mati.
Boleh.
Aku tak mati man. Datain. Goti. Mimi. Dia mau bantu. Dia mau bantu jauh. Dia. Boleh. Aku bantai. Boleh ni. Boleh. Linoti. Go. Lah.
Telah tiba masanya untuk pasukan-pasukan terbaik Mobile Legends Bang Bang daripada seluruh Asia Tenggara berkumpul. Piala MLBB Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2022. Siapa yang akan menang dan siapa yang akan kalah? Pasukan manakah yang akan terbang ke langit biru dan dinobatkan Raja Asia Tenggara? Seperti zodiak, 12 pasukan daripada rantau ini akan bertanding dalam 2 peringkat. Peringkat kumpulan dan peringkat kalah mati. Setiap kumpulan akan ada 3 pasukan dan mereka akan bertanding antara satu sama lain dalam perlawanan terbaik daripada 2 di mana pasukan terbawah di dalam setiap kumpulan akan disingkirkan. 8 pasukan yang masih tinggal akan meneruskan perjalanan dahsyat mereka. Sebagai pentas kepada perlawanan-perlawanan hebat antara gergasi-gergasi ini, MSC 2022 akan diadakan di Bandar Perbezaan dan Kepelbagaian, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Saksikan pertembungan antara gergasi daripada rantau MLBB terunggul daripada 11 Jun hingga 19 Jun. Ikuti #Supremacy untuk ikuti perkembangannya. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, tempat adiwira mencipta sejarah.
The kiddo didn't win. He's just handpicked. I break boundaries, not bonds. This is more than a game to me. I was never meant to be a watchdog. Not a fan of technology. I guess the day has come for us. I like egg fried rice too. Oh, I mean the food, not the song. Teamwork? Maybe.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 5 here between Orange Esports and as well as TODAK. The score currently is 3-1. 3 being TODAK, 1 being Orange Esports. My name is Gideon Q. This is Sadafa, and this is Icy Baby 1-2 here to bring you the final. Well, potentially the final game, potentially not. We're going to keep saying it until we get it right. Then we feel good about ourselves. But other than that, thank you to everybody for tuning in to the MPL MY Season 9 English broadcast. And thank you so much to Moontun. It's powered by Moontun, presented to you by McDelivery, official smartphone Samsung Galaxy A series. Celebrate moments with Nescafe and gaming with Cadbury Zip. Guys, we've got a great stage, a great game ahead of us, and a beautiful audience who is invigorated by this win made by Orange.
Yep, and looking forward to see more games to come if we get it all the way. I'm really looking forward to keep my predictions alive, and thankfully Orange Esports was able to take a game, but it is still an uphill battle. And guess what? They need to energize themselves, and to do that, of course, they have to check out this promotion coming from McDelivery. Using out the checkout code right now, MPL Rewards, you can get yourself free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets, and also get yourself an exclusive MLBB skin when spending 50 ringgit with a minimum amount to spend to get yourself a legendary meal.
Yep, once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just came back from a short break. I think a lot of us were already expecting that this would be the closing ceremony, but Orange Esports is showing that they still have some fight in them, and they're not gonna be going home without leaving some tracks in history here. Taking a game against TODAK is no easy feat, but being able to continue doing so is going to be another thing altogether.
Yep, hopefully this is going to be more than enough. Just in case you guys are tuning in and are completely lost as to what's going on, here's the recap of game number 4. In the earlier stages of the game, TODAK were making sure that they could make the plays. They were trading 50-50 until TODAK started pulling ahead. That's when we see the oppression going through and committed all the way to the very end, but Orange Esports still managed to clutch out these fights.
Yeah, and seeing out the damage output here, I'm a little bit surprised. Chiku guys getting 106,000 damage as compared to Man, which arguably supposed to be hit even harder on that Xavier. So it's surprising enough, but Chiku guys was just doing so much work in that game itself, and it's kind of surprising they couldn't just close out the game.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of a mistake coming out from TODAK there. Definitely got a little bit sloppy during those last few moments, not respecting the amount of late game damage that Orange Esports are able to output. And this is a team that is very effective when they are fighting together. So because TODAK were just constantly trying to siege their base, they were putting themselves in this situation where Orange are fighting on home ground instead of focusing around pickoffs that would have made their job easier.
It could have been, would have been, but now we're moving on to the next game in Samsung Galaxy A series. Our official smartphone for the MPL is wanting to tell you guys that you could be coming on over and purchasing a new A535G. You can get awesome gaming gifts with it, and scan that QR code. And if you are considering purchasing the phone, don't forget, let me entice you a little bit more. All you gotta do, scan the QR code and figure out what you want. You are going to be getting a free fast power charge adapter. You are also going to get a free camera filter on top of a phone case, and let's not forget the 2,200 diamonds. Hopefully that sweetens the deal if you are in need of a new sleek design smartphone.
Yep, exactly here. And of course, without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the drop very shortly. Here is all about adapting. Orange Esports fighting for a chance to be called champions of MPL MY, but it's still going to be a very long uphill battle. They cannot afford to drop any more games, whereas TODAK, they're just one game away from taking the crown again.
Yep, the draft has already begun for the 5th time today. TODAK going to be returning to the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Like Terrence mentioned, this is still match point from TODAK. If they're able to win a single game against Orange Esports, they will become your first ever MPL MY 2-time champions. And that sounds like a sweet deal for them, so they're not going to be messing around anymore.
Yep, Fanny's going to be the first ban, followed up by Franco here. Priority being held by Orange Esports, making sure that they ban out the Valentino. We've already seen the first curse of being 3rd place be broken for Orange Esports. They ban out Yves in hopes that maybe this time it could be different, and maybe the true curse is real, that nobody ever wins twice here at the MPL MY.
Whoa.
It's been 8 seasons, my guy. You would have thought that somebody would have won twice. Nah, has not happened.
TODAK has been in the grand finals 4 times in a row, and this is like what, the 2nd time ever coming from the upper brackets with these huge of a lead. So I highly doubt so that they will drop it.
Hey, didn't you vote for Orange Esports?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I think it's definitely after watching 4 games, our minds are starting to become a little bit befuddled. Hopefully, the players' minds are still sharp as a knife, because that is going to be the knife they need to cut through their opponents today. TODAK gonna make the choice to ban out the Ling. They want to be able to prioritize the 1-1 on their side, and they're leaving that choice over to Orange.
I don't think Orange is going to let it through, though. I mean, there's got to be some better options out there, but at the end of the day, I feel like Xavier might just be the first pick for TODAK if Orange Esports ban out the 1-1.
That comes under the priority, right? Like, it comes down to who wants to play the Xavier, and Orange Esports, they're very happy with Mon playing the Xavier, so it feels like they should just take it out, but yep, looks like they are going to give the option towards TODAK. TODAK, however, is going to be potentially first picking the Xavier as well, considering that I feel like 1-1 is something that they can deal with, but the Xavier is something that they kind of struggle a little bit more as well, because they understand how strong it is. But let's see what they go. Seems like TODAK, they are going to go for the 1-1 instead of the Xavier. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I feel like, you know, I can understand the sentiment that Xavier, it has that pressure, but I think 1-1 in this case, Momo is just way too good on it. Put me down to 50% HP, don't worry, I'll get back up to full in 1 crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, I mean, if you're comparing 1-1 with Xavier, well, only one of them has been 100% banned so far.
He's got a good Staffa's got a good point.
He's got a pretty good point, though.
All right, but Xavier then goes over into the hands of Orange Esports as a quick follow-up. Definitely understandable here, but Orange Esports, they need burst. They need some way to take out 1-1 so fast that she doesn't have enough time to respond with a crossbow of Tang or have time to kite.
Ooh.
Masha, interesting.
Okay, I'm not expecting this at all. It seems like Born is going to be taking a picture as well, considering that Masha has kind of sneaked in through Game 1 as well as Game 2. TODAK has demonstrated why they could play it really well, and I feel like Orange Esports picking this Masha is more like a forced pick, a denial pick away from TODAK.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense to me, but it also leaves the show open to TODAK, and we know that Yums is very comfortable with this. What I'm most interested about is whether or not this is going to be a Min or Born Masha here, because we've never seen Born play the Masha before. I think we've seen Min play it once or twice, but now that Roamer Masha seems to be less effective, we'll see where Orange decides to put it.
Well, TODAK, on the other hand, they're going to be locking in the Sicilian as well as the Cho. I do like the Cho. It is flexible, but Sicilian into the Xavier matchup, it's not going to be too fun for Xavier, because every single time Moon pushes out the lane way faster than Mon, he is going to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I definitely like the Sicilian instead of the Kakura. We saw it being banned in game number 3, where we understand that these are 2 of the strongest mage in towards the later stage of the game, Sicilian as well as Xavier. So it's something that I think Kagura kind of fell off in terms of skating towards the later stage game. So it's understandable why they want to draft it away, knowing that Orange Esports will ban it off. However, Orange Esports, they are going to pick a Kimi in towards a 1-1 composition. Not exactly a big fan of it, but I guess they're hoping to burst down the 1-1 before he pops crossbow tanks, which is arguably very difficult to do, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is kind of surprising to me as well. Picking the Kimmy into the 1-1. Yes, the Kimmy can pressure 1-1, but loses out in terms of late game damage, especially if he gets that ultimate off. I would have thought they would prioritize Gary's hero here, like pick up the Paquito, flex it out for Born as well. But the fact that they didn't leads me to believe that they are making TODAK choose between Gary's junglers, deciding whether or not to ban the Paquito or the Hellcurt.
Paquito or Hellcurt this time around. I mean, TODAK decides to get rid of Hellcurt, but OE, they decided to get rid of Roger as well. They're giving respects to each other, and now both sides are going to be targeting these junglers. Baxia, the next to get axed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with this, considering that Chiku guys plays a pretty decent Hayabusa, but I understand why Orange Esports is prioritizing Roger over Hayabusa just because of how Chiku is able to find opportunities multiple times. This is a signature hero coming from Chiku, so it makes a lot of sense why they would go for it, but TODAK now, they have to make a decision. What are they going to ban? They are going to ban off Gary's heroes again. We've seen a lot of Gary's heroes. The Fanny, the Ling, the Hellcurt, the Paquito. TODAK once again going to put Gary in a spot, and you can see the frustration in Gary's face as well. What do I play? And as of yet, can he demonstrate to be a very, very multi-talented jungler, capable of playing multiple heroes?
Guess we'll find out. He is frustrated, but you gotta admit, he's got a smile on his face as well. Getting 3 of your comfort picks banned out by TODAK is always something that you can brag about. And Hayabusa will be locked in by Orange Esports, which means that Chiku is going to have to play something else.
I was expecting maybe a Lancelot pickup come from Gary, but seems like it is going to be them trying to challenge Chiku's hero pools as well. So what is Chiku going to do? Is Chiku going to play his Lancelot?
No, I totally agree with you. I definitely thought Gary was going to lean more towards Lancelot here for Orange Esports, but TODAK,
Or is it going to be a Benedetta jungle out of nowhere?
See, that's the thing, right? See, that's the thing with TODAK, right? I was thinking Lancelot is something that Chiku doesn't necessarily want to play, especially against the composition that we see from OE. Yeah. Yes, you got a bunch of squishies, but the likelihood of you falling off is extremely high. So, I don't know. This could be something a little different.
Oh!
Aldous.
Wow!
Right. Aldous jungle, right?
Yes, yeah. That is definitely an Aldous jungle.
I do remember talking about this during a regular season, but based on the set, 0% ban, 0% picked, 0% win rate, and this time they bring it in on stage. All right, look, I've seen a lot of this in pubs.
Look, honestly, it makes sense. And I mean, like during a time during M2 where it was used pretty often by Blacklist Internationals. Wise, he was doing a lot of work with this bad boy. He's a very, Wise from Blacklist International during his time. Again, extremely versatile jungler, and I think TODAK is taking a page out of his book. I think it's going to be the full tank build with only Thunderbelt once again. It's going to be even stronger now, more than ever, but it does take some time. So, I want to see how OE want to adapt to this situation, because Hayabusa isn't going to be able to kill Aldous or try to one-shot him later in the game. And OE this time are going to get Atlas.
Oh my goodness, I like this pick coming from Orange Esports. Like, Atlas was completely ignored throughout this phase of the bans, considering that it was banned almost every single game previously in the Grand Finals, here in the Grand Finals for TODAK, and now letting it off the slide, it seems like they have shifted their focus on towards Gary's hero pool instead.
I'm very excited going into this game number 5 here. Obviously, TODAK, this is match point, but Orange Esports have already shown us that they are willing and ready to put up a fight. If you want to get that 2-time champion title, you're gonna have to get through us first as we prepare to enter the Land of Dawn once again. We look at the lineup. TODAK going for the ultimate late game lineup with the Cecilia, the 1-1, and the Aldous appearing for the first time in MPL Season 9. As for Orange Esports, they're going back to their roots. This is a very classic Orange Esports draft. Lots of late game damage, lots of team fight setup. Will it be enough to keep them in the competition?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 5 in towards TODAK as well as Orange Esports for the Grand Grand Finals. Is this going to be the one and only Aldos of MPL MY Season 9, or it is going to be a flop?
Well, let's find out here, because it's going to be so important how each of these individual plays are going to be working out. Lane priority is always good, but it's going to be the roamers who predetermine the pace, right? Now we know for a fact Chiku, guys, he's taking killing spree this time. Kind of interesting to see, but more importantly so is the fact that Little Wanderer is still going to be contested even though he's Aldous.
Yeah, they're still going for it. Chiku already doing some damage. Man being delayed by Moon, and it looks like Gary will be the one to... No! Chiku does actually get the retribution, and now they're on top of Formaze, who's getting chunked out, but first blood goes over to Chiku.
Oh wow, that's a little sad. Definitely a little sad there. They didn't get the Lethal Wanderer. They end up giving first blood at the same time, and they lose some valuable resources. Born now not having the sprint. This could be a potential punish from TODAK.
Yeah, this was an angsty movement coming from Born as well. He was so close to getting kills, and TODAK, they perfectly understand the times very well, and it was a fantastic bait for Formaze to set it up for Chiku, and because of that, getting a kill for Chiku as well as an additional hero stack is going to accelerate his stack farm a little bit quicker because of this play. Yeah, Chiku on the Aldous, that is the last hero you want to give early games kills to, but they already have done so, and that means that his stack potential is going to be accelerated, already using the ultimate Chase Fate, because Yume's getting picked off in the top lane, going for Gary himself.
Oh, he's gonna get one shot here. Chiku takes him out so fast. Gary, unfortunately, does not have the defensive capabilities to protect himself, so that's going to be 2 kills going in towards Chiku, and he's going to stack his passive up even more. Valence, now with the maximum charge, going to try and chunk out Momo while he still can. He's not going to get dope, but Turtle is up.
That is so unfortunate for Orange Esports. They weren't expecting this amount of damage coming from Chiku, but because of the earlier kills, he was able to get this timing a little bit quickly and punish it with a little bit of a power spike. And if this continues, Orange Esports might not be able to handle all those as of yet.
Well, for now, but let's see. Valence is already winning his matchup against Momo. He's chunked down low, and he's going to force him to recall. This is going to call the rest of the team to go for a dive, but the same goes for bot side. Born, he can't be too over-eager. He gets 1 health bar back. Chiku will secure the turtle.
Yep, he does kind of miss the timing to get the stack, but that's not too much of a problem for TODAK. They just want to get farm. They want to get objectives. They do lose the gold lane matchup with Momo, but Formaze is definitely applying a lot of pressure to Born. And in these early stages of the game, the Masha is going to be a greater issue, because that is who is going to roam and help the team out in fights. Agreed. But meanwhile, Orange Esports, they're just completely dodging his way through. They are trying to set up for a gank for this Aldos. And as of yet, we're talking about late game potential. It seems like Aldos is going to be able to match Man. And considering how the Xavier's position is for a longest of time, he might need a preemptive early Winter Trunket before going for his usual items just to deal with this Aldos. Yeah, man, it looks like Born going to be targeted here by the target contract. Chase Fate, another stack going over the Chiku guys for the killing spree.
He's getting stronger and stronger. Gary tries to get this kill onto Formaze. RNG on the way. Is it a bloody retribution? I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like he survives. Literally, Formaze, you can't even see the green in his health bar no more.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate. But mid lane as well. Here comes an attempt from Yumes. He's going to get dived on, but seems like OE, they are not going to force the issue, because as of yet, Chiku is just chunking away the turret. He's looking for his stacks, and Orange Esports, they're looking to defend, but Chiku, he finally waits for the right moment. He gets the stack. He won't lose his life for it, but looks like he's not going to go down before buying a little bit more time, but will eventually be punished for his greed, not once, but again. And meanwhile, middle line as well, Yumes is going to get pulled back with the Fatal Links, but he sidesteps his way with the Shumpo as Balance does not have enough damage to take him off. Orange Esports, they want to respond. Gary's going to be there. He chains the OK Shadow kill. He gets one, almost getting Formaze. That's the last thing. Born will secure the kill, and that is going to be huge. Chiku going to be joining the party, but it is going to be up on Born. Not the right target that he's been looking for.
Oh, my goodness, they were able to get 2 kills out of that, so that's the best part about it all. I mean, yes, we did see the initial engage and the follow-up coming in from Min, but more importantly, killing the mid lane twice there is going to accelerate the rest of the members. Gary, he needed those kills to catch up. Born getting 2 kills for himself is going to put him in a position economically well against for Mace. He still is a level down, so hopefully he can catch up in that department.
Yep, but that is a good start for Orange. Yums, though, looking for the payback, and he gets the kick onto Gary. A massive catch. Min gets a 2-man fatal links, but what does it matter? Momo's in the backline, gonna be able to pick up Man. Not before he gets out the dawning light, but it no longer matters.
Nicely done coming from Momo as well, focusing his target onto his man. As long as he takes him out, that is a big win. However, Orange Esports, they need to be a little bit careful. They're a little bit low in terms of health because eventually Chiku and guys can come in any time. So Orange Esports, they are forced to back off and do not defend, and they will lose the middle tower because of the fear of this Aldos.
The fear of this Aldous is going to become more and more prevalent as the game goes on. And now he's looking for a stack onto Min. Forces out the perfect match, so he will get out of there. But Chiku, he's going to be able to get the turtle out. Dawning Light almost sniping.
Yeah, very close indeed, but not close enough to finish it off. Now they're going to go straight for Valence here. There's nothing much he can really do. Chiku guy is going to chase him down, but it looks like he completed the Ice Queen's wand just in time to survive with a bit of HP. It's going to be the Fatal Links that pulls Chiku guys under the turret, and Valence here to support with his slow moon. Now looking to try and take him out with a bat impact, and there we go. Valence is finally down. Min should fall here to Momo. He even tries to flicker on out of it. Gary finds it doesn't matter. It's a good shot. Gary is going to go for the finish on Yums. No, Formace intercepts. Light is down. Momo keeps on going, and Formace takes them out.
Oh my god, what a trade coming in from TODAK. The ballsy plays coming in, paid off tenfold, seeing how Orange Esports has committed so much of the spell. It was pretty much goal time. Formace came at the right moment. However, this is going to be a setup as well. Born going to be a little bit of trouble, but he does have the sprint available. But looks like Born, he wants to try to... Can he bomb the crossbow? Then yes, he can! In the perfect time, he chains it before taking him out. And oh no, the Dawning Light doesn't connect. Momo, you absolute monster. 5-0-2 on this 1-1.
He gave it his best shot. He gave it his best shot. Born unfortunately doesn't have any of his items complete except for the Molten Core. Yes, he can push out waves, but he still needs a full item before he is relevant in these fights. Moon getting a...
no, Valence.
Valence is dead. He can't do anything. Min comes in a little late, but Chiku guys is already here to farm another soul off of OE.
Yep, and he's gonna get it as well. Another kill going over to Chiku guys. He's already level 11 here with 4 kills on the Aldous. Never a sight you want to see. Completing his second item, the Thunder Belt. Before this, he already rushed the Radiant Armor, so he is planning to directly counter Valence and Man.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a big item play as well. You can see Chiku is just farming with his punch as well, but eventually he comes in chasing as well. He's going to be opening onto his Gary. He dives down bottom, but if he forces out an okay shadow kill, he's not going to be able to dodge his way through, but eventually connects. Dawning Light provides the assist, but Chiku doesn't care. He pulls in for the plow, and he's gone.
Yep, Momo could have easily have taken that kill, but instead he purposely wanted to wait for Chiku guys to stack up those souls. He gets double when it's a kill on a hero, and now look at him. Building tank items, has what he needs, goes for it. Mid might actually try to escape here. I don't think he's going to get out of it with a crossbow of Tang. And yep, TODAK completely wiped the floor.
Yep, Dawning Light available. Can he get it?
He gets it!
The timing.
Why?
This is insane. Man.
He had retribution. Why?
That was just greedy from Chiku. He didn't use retribution because he wanted to get the stack on the Lord. And Man used that timing to secure it. We've been seeing Xavier Lord steals over and over again. And that is a huge objective. It doesn't make much of a difference for TODAK, but Orange, every little bit right now will narrow that net worth gap.
You know, if you think Moon can do it, so far, Man is the second guy to have ever done it here in MPL MY. And this is an insane game. Orange Esports, they're not giving up yet. However, they have to worry about Chiku, guys. This Lord is going to buy a little bit more time, but it's nothing that TODAK can't handle.
Yes, I totally agree here. I mean, Chiku is getting really, really strong, but notice that Valens has to keep perfect spacing against Chiku. If he walks too far forward, he's going to get punched and instantly die, or even get stunned. For a matter of fact, if he's too far, he won't be able to land the damage. The gates are open, and Moon and Momo are realizing that Mon is becoming a bigger problem than he needs to be. Maybe Chiku might be turning his eyes onto Mon later in the game.
Yeah, but now they're targeting Chiku. He's taking a lot of damage from Valens. He's going to be distracted as the Fatal Link pulls 4Maze backwards, but he gets the Abysm Strike. Almost dies to the Dawning Light, but he's fine. However, the Hayabusa finds a kill. They trade out 4Maze, but they find Born in exchange. Chiku, however, will survive this exchange.
Well, it's going to be a 2-4-2 trade. Nothing super crazy yet, but Orange Esports desperately fighting back as they try to even the score. And like I said as well, they cannot afford the mistakes if they want to give TODAK a run for their money. And currently, TODAK with Chiku already level 13. This is one of the scariest autos we've seen, and if not the one and only who's now starting to hit 2K as of yet.
Yeah, we have no way of checking to actually know how many souls he already has, but he's doing 2.8, so you can tell that he has a lot of damage inbuilt despite building full tank and only has a Thunder Belt. Speaking of which, Valens already with 3 items. He's at a comfortable spot right now.
Yeah, Valens is going to be the primary danger for Chiku, guys, on this Aldous. Yes, he does a lot of damage, but the Kimi has been spacing out very well against him, and the Ice Queen's wand is just a direct counter. So Chiku, he needs to be able to find a better engagement onto this. It's gonna be up to Yums to be able to kick in the Kimi or the Xavier.
Lightning Truncate now purchase on Moon means that he is going to start to scale eventually. But Gary getting caught out again. This is a huge cat. Dawning Lines comes to help him a little bit more, but unfortunately doesn't have damage. Momo getting across both attacks. He's going to turn the tides and chain his way through as they continue to punish Orange Esports. They've lost 2, and there's nothing Orange Esports can do right now. And Chiku will continue to farm his stacks, and he's hitting like a truck. Another turret stack for him.
Ooh, he just 2-punched that tower like it was nothing. Can't do much about that, but hey, Momo's going to be starting off the Lord at this point in time. Chiku, guys, hopefully he doesn't lose it again. Man, he's got Dawning Light. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, he needs to pull the miracle run here. He needs to make it happen. Chico's going to be starting his way through, but he needs to time it well. But nope, the Dawning Light a little bit too early means there is going to be a free Lord in the hands of TODAK, and the fans are straight up cheering for this because he knew there was no way that is going to be stolen.
Yup. I think Man just assumed that, hey, all 5 of them are going to be attacking that Lord, right? It's not just going to be 2 people doing it, so it has to be fast.
Yeah, but you can't really guess. Sometimes it's just up to luck, and in this case, luck was not on his side, giving them a Lord over to TODAK. Right now, we have a bit of an emergency situation for Orange Esports because not only is Chiku stacking up quite well, Momo and Moon are also really strong late game heroes, and I don't know if Orange Esports has the tools to deal with him once that timing comes.
Dude, 3.1, 3.2, 3.7k crit, that's insane. He's hitting Masha 1.7k per hit. This is a tank Masha we're talking about.
Yeah, but Masha's like, I have 3 health bars. You can like punch me 8 times and I won't die. It's all good. I can keep doing this all day. Gets hit by the Sanguine Claw. Maybe all day is what they don't have time for. 1 more health bar. The bad impact is the only one that seemingly does enough damage. Masha is going to heal back to full, but now Lord is already in the mid lane as the inhibitor is about to fall. Min finds 1 onto Chiku, guys. Dawning Light to threaten the backline is Gary already with the Oki Shadow kill. They find the first kill. It's going to be Valens. He's got the damage now. Momo with a crossbow of tag finds Valens in return. Valens just bought the holy glaive. Before Maze makes the play, flickering forward. He gets the kill and trades his life. It's a 2v3.
Oh, that was huge as well. As long as he takes Man out of the picture, they can have a chance to close the game. But a big damage, boy, coming from Moon. Snaps him out. Now they're focusing the crystal. And TODAK, they're looking to be the 2-time champion. Gary is stopping them, but they don't have minions. Gary, this might be it. The minions are coming on the top side. But no, Orange Esports is back, and no, they cannot close out this game. So Orange Esports is still up for the running, and TODAK forced to back off. What a game.
Oh, such a feels bad. Moon had Winter Truncheon still available, and his ult takes out Gary once he got out of the Oki Shadow kill. Two inhibitors down, a very close encounter with death as Orange Esports sees it flash before their eyes.
Man, I am about to fall off my seat right now. Chico, he literally sacrificed his life to make Orange Esports feel confident enough for the engage, making them forget that Momo and Moon are right there. But he's not going to be doing the same thing anymore. He has purchased his immortality. He now wants to dish out some damage in the fight as well. And the next Lord is going to be the fight for Orange Esports' tournament live.
Oh, this is going to be a very, very difficult task right now. Orange Esports, they just got the double Winter Trunken just to deal with the initial one punch, but because of this immortality, it is going to offset the Winter Trunken to be set up for Momo. So it is going to be a very difficult one, but if Orange Esports can find the wombo combo again and punish this aggression, they are going to be back in the running.
I don't know if it's going to be enough here, because I feel like at the end of the day, it's about targeting the right people. Gary, he's going to face check it. He sees Yumsen. Okay, that's a little bit concerning, because that means somebody else is nearby. They notice instantly with the Sanguine Call that Moon is going to be on the bottom side of the map. Priority is important, but this Min, he gets kicked on back. Dawning Light's call already coming up. They're looking for a primary target, but realize that nobody is there.
Oh, the back
line is getting attacked. Chiku is going to be running into the middle of the fight. Min ends up dying. The gates are open. No Dawning Light just yet. Moon finds his kill onto Xavier. TODAK instead want to look to end this right in their faces. The next wave is coming on through. Balance gets second call. He has Winter Truncheon, but it might be too late. A Bizarre Strike, this is it. They find the opening, and TODAK are looking to end this against OE. Mumo is still alive, ends up dying, but he comes back to life, and it doesn't matter because Born, with every cell in his body, needs to kill one more. That's it.
That is it right there, as the remaining survivors of TODAK will now break right through the crystal. Chiku ends it with one final strike. Ladies and gentlemen, TODAK are your MPL MY Season 9 champions, your first two-time champions. What a game from TODAK. The crowd are cheering. The two-time champion for TODAK. First time for Yums. Never been done before. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much. And let's throw it on to the host of MPL MY Season 9. Berikan tumpukan gurau kepada champion MPL Malaysia musim ke-9, TODAK! Mereka bermain dengan cukup cemerlang, berjaya menewaskan pasukan Orange dengan keputusan 4-1. Tetapi berikan tepukan juga kepada pasukan Orange di mana naib juara untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9. Kedua-dua pasukan main dengan sangat-sangat baik. Orange Esports akan wakil Malaysia untuk MSC. Tapi buat masa ini, kita nak menjemput pasukan TODAK untuk diri dekat depan trofi sebab kita nak memberikan lagi banyak hadiah dekat sini. Kita nampak kat bahagian belakang mereka tengah celebrate. Ya, satu perlawanan yang cukup mendebarkan Lafel. Kita tahu mereka berjuang sehabis baik untuk pastikan kemenangan dimiliki oleh pasukan TODAK. Pasukan Orange juga melakukan perkara yang sama, tetapi nampaknya rezeki berpihak ke tangan pasukan TODAK. Ya, kita boleh nampak good sportsmanship di mana pasukan TODAK mereka akan salam dengan semua player daripada pasukan Orange terlebih dahulu. Sememangnya ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit dan pasukan TODAK sila diri dekat depan trofi di mana ini kali kedua pasukan TODAK menjadi champion MPL Malaysia. Yes, mereka bermula dengan sedikit begitu garang untuk playoff kali ini di Grand Final, berjaya menunjukkan bahawa pasukan TODAK pasukan terkuat di Malaysia buat masa sekarang ni, Lafel. Dan dengan ini kita tengok pasukan TODAK berbaris dekat depan. Kita perlu memberikan MVP untuk playoffs kali ini, dan kepada semua orang, kamu semua boleh cuba teka siapakah playoff MVP. Orang tak teka kat sini. Orang tengah bersorak tentang TODAK. Kita kena invite seseorang, Rafael. Ya, dengan ini untuk kita ucapkan siapa akan jadi playoff MVP, kita akan invite Mr. Darren Tredit Tang, Media Manager Representative of McDonald's Malaysia, untuk naik ke atas pentas untuk memberikan kita punya MVP playoff. Yes, siapakah MVP playoff kita pada kali ini, kerana beliau akan membawa pulang hadiah wang tunai dan juga 1 tahun MACD yang bernilai 3,500, Rafael. 3,500 ringgit worth of McD punya makanan. Dan dekat sini, siapa jerit
jerit kuat siapakah MVP? Siapa MVP? Dan sekarang ni, okey. Dengan ini kita akan ucapkan playoff MVP kali ini adalah Momo! Tanya kepada Momo sebagai goal laner pasukan TODAK. Dari kat sini, Momo sila ambil cek anda berjaya untuk menjadi playoff MVP. Dekat sini kita nak menjemput semua untuk mengambil gambar.
Calon MVP untuk regular season tetapi di grand final menunjukkan persembahan yang cukup memberangsakan sekaligus dinobatkan selaku MVP untuk playoff.
Ya, dengan ini kita nak invite Mr. Darren Seritan untuk turun dari pentas kerana dekat sini pasukan TODAK kita nak memberikan medal. Jadi semua berbaris dan kita akan invite Mr. Suhausen, Senior Esports Manager untuk Munton Games untuk memberikan medal kepada kita punya juara.
Yes, mereka kena beratur kerana ada medal.
Beratur guys.
Kita nak bagi medal ni.
Beratur.
Alright. Inilah champion anda dan kita dengan adanya Suhausen untuk memberikan medal kepada juara kita MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
Ya, tolong berbaris supaya Mr. Suhausen boleh memberi medal kepada semua pemain di mana ini again adalah kali kedua pasukan TODAK berjaya untuk menjadi juara.
Yes, mereka juga akan mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat MSC dan kita doakan supaya mereka mampu untuk mengharumkan nama negara tercinta kita.
Ya, dan kat sini saya tahu pasukan TODAK mereka tunggu satu je. Semua fans tunggu satu benda sahaja. Tetapi dengan memberikan medal kepada semua player, kita nak ucap terima kasih kepada Mr. Suhausen dan boleh turun daripada pentas. Okey, pasukan TODAK saya tahu dah lama menunggu. Semua sekali keliling trofi. Semua keliling trofi. Dekat sini, guys, on cue. On cue, bila kita sebut juara, TODAK akan angkat piala. Okay?
Yes.
Semua ready?
Ini saat-saat yang kita tunggu, Rafael.
Okay. Juara MPL Malaysia musim ke-9, TODAK!
Inilah juara anda, pasukan TODAK!
Ya, dekat sini, seperti yang kita cakapkan, mereka akan pergi ke MSC. Mereka akan wakil Malaysia untuk pergi ke SEA Games. TODAK main dengan sangat bagus pada regular season. Dan mereka teruskan mereka punya perjuangan dekat playoff sampai menjadi juara.
Tahniah diucapkan sekali lagi kepada pasukan TODAK yang menunjukkan bagaimana Malaysia mempunyai pasukan yang sangat-sangat kuat.
Ya, kita boleh nampak banyak konfeti terbang-terbangan. Dan pasukan TODAK sememangnya mereka dah celebrate. Tunjukkan kamera Formis dah bawa trofi ke bawah. Dan kita tengok di mana pasukan TODAK mereka celebrate dengan Abang Lan. Pro Lan dekat situ.
Yes, turun ke padang untuk memberikan sokongan kepada pasukan TODAK dan mereka berjaya untuk memberikan hadiah yang cukup bermakna kepada founder untuk TODAK sendiri.
Sememangnya ini adalah waktu yang sangat-sangat membanggakan. Berkali-kali kita nampak pasukan TODAK sentiasa pergi ke Grand Final Stage 4 musim berturut dan kali ini mereka menjadi champion.
Yes, mereka menunjukkan prestasi yang cukup memberangsakan pada playoff hari yang pertama. Sehinggalah hari yang terakhir ni, Lafel, mereka membuktikan mereka pasukan yang sangat-sangat lengkap apabila berada dekat dalam Mobile Legends ini.
Hashtag TODAK langgar. Tapi dengan ini, kita nak ucapkan terima kasih kerana MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan raikan bersama Nescafe dan gaming bersama Cadbury Zip.
Tak dilupakan juga dengan official gaming chair kita Secret Lab, rakan-rakan isukan TikTok Live, Esports Chat, EGG Network dan juga dengan kerjasama bersama ESI.
Lagi sekali kita nak ucapkan tahniah kepada pasukan TODAK, tetapi kita juga nak ingatkan semua selepas ni ada SEA Games dan selepas ni kita ada MSC. Jadi pastikan tengok semua tim Malaysia. Kita akan jumpa lagi di MSC.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock
saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, selamat datang ke 515 All-Star Showdown 2022. All-Star ini adalah satu-satunya acara yang unik dan bakal membawakan kepada anda selebriti dan influencer yang terkenal dengan pertarungan dan aksi yang mendebarkan serta peluang untuk memenangi pelbagai hadiah yang menarik. Jom kita mulakan. All-Star Showdown 2022 adalah All-Star MLBB yang buat julung kalinya merangkumi Indonesia, Filipina, Malaysia, Singapura, Kemboja dan Myanmar. Kesemuanya adalah 6 buah negara. Bayangkan kemeriahannya, tak sabar nak jerit lawan, lawan, lawan. Kami bawakan kepada anda selebriti-selebriti ini dan mereka semua akan berkhidmat sebagai pengurus bakat All-Star yang akan berseronok bersama anda para pemain di sepanjang acara ini. Siapakah yang akan bersama kita? Saya sudah agak soalan ini akan ditanya. Wah, itu adalah Adipati Dolken, pelakon Indonesia. Saya betul-betul menyukai kesemua filem lakonannya. Dan kita juga ada wakil dari Malaysia kita, Janani, penyanyi, pelakon, pengarah, penerbit. Apa lagi perkara yang wanita ini tidak dapat lakukan? Seterusnya, dari Filipina, dia adalah Su Ramirez, penyanyi, model, pelakon. Dia adalah ketiga-tiganya dan banyak lagi. Dia adalah wanita idaman saya. Adakah hidung saya berdarah? Wakili Singapura pula, kita ada Jan Ho Tan. Tentu anda semua mengenalinya dari video-video komedi miliknya di YouTube. Lelaki ini memang kelakar. Siapakah dia ni? Daripada apa yang dapat saya katakan, dia adalah penyanyi juga penulis lagu yang mempunyai paras rupa yang elok, suara dan karisma yang tentunya berada pada skor 11 dari 10. Dia pertama kalinya membuat penampilan pada tahun 2013. Tetapi adakah dia bakal melibatkan diri ke dalam bidang isukan? Saya akan biarkan anda berteka-teki. Akhir sekali, kita ada jejaka misteri dari Myanmar. Siapakah orang terakhir yang akan menjadi pengurus bintang kita? Semuanya akan dibongkarkan. Seterusnya, saya mahu anda menumpukan perhatian kepada skrin. Sebagai tambahan kepada barisan bintang blockbuster kita, saya juga memilih beberapa bintang sebenar demi anda. Saya juga telah menjemput mereka sini. Kita ada Jason Limit dan Chooks. Begitu ramai bintang. Untuk masih agak singkat, nampak sesiapa yang anda ikuti di sini? Baiklah, kita teruskan. Saya akan terangkan bagaimana acara bagi pertandingan ini akan berlangsung. Pertandingan ini akan dibahagikan kepada 3 peringkat utama, peringkat undian, peringkat domestik dan peringkat kebangsaan. Untuk peringkat undian, kesemua 200 selebriti dan influencer dari Indonesia, Filipina, Malaysia, Kemboja dan Myanmar akan menyertai peringkat undian. 40 orang dari setiap negara akan membentuk 8 pasukan yang kuat dan menyertai acara undian pasukan untuk permainan MLBB yang akan bermula pada 29 April dan berakhir pada 4 Mei. Hanya 4 pasukan yang menerima undian tertinggi dari para pemain akan layak memasuki peringkat domestik. Peringkat kedua, peringkat domestik akan dijalankan pada 7 Mei sehingga 8 Mei. 4 pasukan yang menerima undian tertinggi akan bersaing secara domestik dalam pertandingan selama 2 hari. Formatnya adalah double elimination. Pasukan-pasukan ini akan mara ke tahap seterusnya berdasarkan keputusan pertandingan. Pasukan yang menjuarai peringkat domestik akan memasuki peringkat ketiga, iaitu peringkat kebangsaan. Tidak juga, kerana untuk 2 pasukan terkuat bagi negara Singapura, pasukan Titan dan pasukan Skyway akan terus dibawa ke peringkat domestik dan bertanding dalam perlawanan terakhir. Pasukan yang menang, sama seperti pasukan juara domestik yang lain, akan bersaing dalam peringkat kebangsaan bagi acara All-Star. Peringkat ketiga, peringkat kebangsaan pada 13 Mei hingga 15 Mei. Inilah peringkat yang paling saya nantikan. Hari pertama 13 Mei, pasukan dari 6 negara ini dibahagikan kepada kumpulan A dan B melalui cabutan nombor. Perlawanan bakal menggunakan format round robin. Mereka bakal bersaing dalam perlawanan secara best of 1 dan menerima mata setiap kemenangan. 2 pasukan teratas akan mara ke peringkat yang seterusnya. Hari kedua, 14 Mei, 2 pasukan terbaik bagi 2 kumpulan tersebut akan mengambil bahagian dalam perlawanan best of 3 yang sengit untuk mara ke peringkat akhir. Pada hari ketiga, 15 Mei, kami menyediakan banyak ganjaran untuk anda semua pada hari yang penting ini. Sekarang, peringkat akhir yang mengujakan yang sangat dinanti-nantikan. Dua pasukan yang manakah akan berlawan dalam peringkat akhir yang bertaraf tinggi ini? Dan apakah persembahan menakjubkan yang akan berlaku di pentas Multinational All-Star pertama ini? Paling penting, 5 bintang yang manakah bakal memenangi trofi All-Star? 515 All-Star Showdown, anda pasti tidak mahu ketinggalan untuk menyaksikannya. Kakak-kakak. Dalam pertandingan yang kompetitif dan sengit seperti ini, hadiah yang terkumpul dan ganjaran yang bernilai tinggi bagi pemain adalah penting. Mari kita lihat butirannya. Pertama, pasukan yang mendapat gelaran juara dunia MLBB 515 All-Star Showdown 2022 akan menerima trofi M World, dan tidak lupa juga tentang hadiah wang tunai bernilai $25,000 untuk sang juara. Pertama sekali, di peringkat undian, penonton yang turut sama menyertai permainan dalam acara All-Star berpeluang memenangi hadiah termasuk barang keluaran terhad All-Star, tidak lupakan skin terbaru Zilong Storm Rider. Pemberian giveaway akan berlaku secara rawat ketika perlawanan berlangsung, dan hadiah semakin menarik terutamanya di peringkat akhir. Jangan lupa untuk menonton perlawanan ini atau anda akan terlepas banyak hadiah-hadiah hebat secara percuma. Jadi, mula menulis sekarang, tinggalkan komen serta pendapat anda dan biarkan hadiah mencari mereka yang layak. Sudah tentu, acara sebesar ini tidak mungkin berlangsung tanpa para penaja yang hebat-hebat. Berjuta-juta ucapan terima kasih diucapkan kepada para penaja kami. MLBB 515 All-Star Showdown 2022 menantikan ketibaan anda. Terima kasih kerana menonton.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.